Good afternoon, everyone. This is the regular meeting of our September the 2nd, 2021 work session for the Franklin County Fiscal Court. We welcome all of you here. We are Facebook Live at www.facebook.com/FCFCKY and YouTube Live at www.tinyurl.com/FCFCKY. We welcome all of you here, and as part of the work session this evening, we are going to be led in prayer by Dr. John Absada from the First Christian Church. Dr. Absada, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for a prayer to lead us on into this work session we're going to intake in just a moment.
Thank you for the invitation. Let's pray together. Holy One, we live in the midst of beauty. We're surrounded by grass and trees and flowers and wildlife. And we oftentimes don't take count of this beauty. We drive through it, walk through it without paying any attention to it. We also live in a time where there is trouble with the pandemic that does not seem to go away, trouble with divisions between people that are difficult to bridge, trouble with envisioning a future that is bright and full of hope. We are grateful for the men and women that serve on as this Franklin County Board of Magistrates, that they have been willing to give of their time, that they have been willing to take the risk of being an elected official and to face both the ire and the praise of our community. As they deliberate today, we would ask you to give them wisdom, give them a sense of community, that they are working for common goals. Yes, we recognize that there will be differences and there will be misunderstandings, but we ask that you make them plain and that they will be worked through with common sense and a true sense of what is the common good for this county that we love. Thank you for the judge's leadership and for each one of those who are part of this. For those who will be presenting and those who will be receiving, give a sense of grace. We pray this in the name of all that is holy. Amen.
Amen. And thank you, Dr. Absada, for your pertinent words to us on this board and to our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Judge Wells.
Yes, sir. At this time, I ask for your indulgence if just for a moment, I have Andrew, if you'll bring up the screen. I am going on behalf of all of us in Franklin County. Andrew.
Just 1 second, Judge. We're getting it up.
Okay. On behalf of all of us in Franklin County, we and Franklin Countyans are so in tune to the dedicated men and women that serve our country to keep us free. And we have many families that have loved ones that are part of the military. Last week, a very horrible, tragic event occurred. And there were 13 heroes that were given out doing what they can to save thousands of people's lives. And they were struck down by a IED from ISIS group. And I want us as the community to think about these fallen heroes. And so I'm going to read their names. And as part of reading their names, I've also ordered the flags from yesterday, today, and tomorrow to be at half-mast at our courthouse, because I think we really need to keep these heroes in our minds. So with that being said, I'm going to start with Hunter Lopez, 22, Dylan R. Morola, 20, Kareem Maylee Grant Nakui, 20 years old, David Lee Espinoza, 20 years old. Nicole Gee, 23 years old. Taylor Hoover, 31 years old. Ryan Nouse, 23 years old. Riley McCollum, 20 years old. Dagan William Tyler Page, 23 years old. Johanna Rosario Picardo, 25 years old. Humberto Sanchez, 22 years old. Jared Schmidt, 20 years old. And Maxton Soviak, 22 years old. God rest your souls. God be with your family. And thank you for your service and your sacrifice for our country. With that being said, let's move on now to the next item on the agenda. Thank you, Andrew, for showing that.
Hey, Judge.
And the next item on the agenda is the Franklin County Public Library District 2021 tax rate. And I believe we had Cheryl Sandifer, Gene Roark, and Manoj Shankar here. So one of you may want to speak to that, and I'll just let that be whomever.
Thank you, Judge. This is Cheryl Sandifer on behalf of the Paul Sawyer Public Library. And we respectfully request the compensating rate issued this year, which is a real property tax rate of 8.2 cents and the personal property of 9.18.
And Cheryl, could you help us by letting us know what it was last year, what the rate was last year?
I don't have that in front of me. Jean, do you have it?
I do, yes. Last year, the personal property tax was 8.4 and the tangible personal property was 9.52.
Okay. So the rate is lower.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Any questions, discussion on that? Squire Tracy, Tamara just texted me and said that you had held your hand up after the tribute. I apologize, sir.
No, you're fine. I was just going to say, let's not forget about the ones that that are still there to keep their families and them in our thoughts and prayers as well. Could she go over the rates one more time? I'm sorry. The
Sure.
proposed.
Yeah. 8.2 for the real property and 9.18 for the personal property.
And and so those rates are lower than last year's. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing no other questions, thank you all for presenting, and that's what it's required that you present us with the rate that your proposed rate. So thank you. And thanks again for the Paul Sawyer Public Library and the greatness that it brings to our community. We're so proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is also the Franklin County Extension District Board 2021 tax rate. And with us, I believe we have Christy Perry, 4-H agent. There's Krista. Sorry, Krista.
That's okay,
Okay.
Judge. Good evening, everyone. I am presenting on behalf of our Extension District Board tax rates as follows. Our real property 1.8, personal property 2.84 cents, and motor vehicle 1.0. And those, Judge, have not changed since last year from what I'm aware.
Okay, and we see that you have a different appendage on your shoulder there, and
I'm sorry. Yes,
don't be
sir, I
sorry.
do.
She's good as a button. We're glad to see her. All right. Are there any questions for Krista from the Extension Board or Extension Office? Any questions on the tax rate? All right, Krista, thank you.
all so much.
Thank you.
Judge,
Thank you.
if I may, just a point of qualification. So that is the compensating rate?
That is, yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Krista. And Thanks to your daughter as well.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you all.
Okay. All right. The next item on the agenda is authorization for approval of minutes from our regular meeting of August the 12th, 2021. Any questions on the minutes? Seeing none, let's move to the next item. The next item is authorization to renew with Humana as the county's provider for health insurance for the calendar year 2022. Mr. Bennett, are you on? Mr. Jamie Bennett?
I am, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Bennett, well, first of all, thank you for brokering a great deal where the minimally the tax, the rate that was charged for us will be the same this year as just like last year's, if that's what we decide to do, unless we want to go lower. And we'll talk about that at our next meeting. But this item on the agenda, Jamie, is to make sure that we can at least get a flat rate. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Any questions on that? Jamie, we've instructed to you and talked with you through the benefits committee that we have some other options that we'll look at, and we'll get out to the court members and discuss that at our next meeting, which will be the 24th of September, I believe. Yes, is that correct? Okay, Squire Tracy.
Thanks, Judge. Just a quick question for Betty Jo. I know last year there was some information that was handed out at one of the conferences that we received in regards to some insurance that was provided through CAECO. And then I'll ask again, I've asked before, did anyone look at piggybacking off the state as well? Thank you.
We did contact CAECO. We contacted Sue Porter right after about a month ago. The benefits committee requested that, and the judge and I reached out to Sue Porter, and I can't remember the other guy's name, Judge. Is it Hardy?
Yeah, Kelly Hardy. Yeah.
Thank you. And they said that this year, if Humana is offering us a flat renewal rate, to stay with Humana.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? As I said, this solidifies worst case scenario, a same rate as last year. Now we can change that, and there will be some proposals that we want to bring to you for discussion at our next fiscal court meeting.
Judge, also, I just want to remind the two committee members that's on our committee, if they don't mind, to try to go ahead and respond back to Pam Polly ASAP so we can get the next benefits meeting scheduled. We're hoping to get that scheduled for the 13th week, 13th or 14th of September, so we can have this on the agenda for September 24th, please.
Okay, are there any other questions for Jamie Bennett? Jamie, thank you for being on. Good luck to the golf team. I know that you're with the golf team at a golf match, so I hope they do well.
Yeah, it's a tough assignment.
I bet it is. Yeah.
A beautiful day like today, and have to be on a golf course.
Amen. Thank you, Jamie, and we'll look forward to hearing from you in the near future.
I look forward to it as well. I'd like to thank the court again for their support, and look forward to hopefully bringing something to the table that maybe the employees will be excited about.
Yes, sir. All right. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is authorization to receive the Peaks Mill Water District's audit report for the years ended December 31st, 2020 and 2019. I do think do we have Mr. Quarles on, Church Quarles on? Andrew?
Do not recall seeing him log in. I am looking down the list and I'm not seeing him on the list, Judge.
Okay. So that's we just received those anyway, right, Tamara?
Mhm.
Okay. Then the next item, if Mr. Quarles is not on, is authorization to receive the Franklin County Conservation District's 2020-2021 annual report and 2020 and 2021 financial report. And those, I'd see that they were not going to have anybody present to present it. If there are questions, if you will send those questions to Tambra via email, we will get those questions back to the Peaksville Water District or the Franklin County Conservation District and get you an answer to any questions that you might have concerning those audits or financial reports. All right, with that being said, let's go to the next item. This is authorization to approve an agreement with the University of Kentucky to provide Franklin County Regional Jail with a care navigator for inmates with substance abuse services during and after incarceration. And this is really exciting. Mr. Jailer, I appreciate you looking out and exploring and coming up with this program, which I understand is a really good program. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. I can't take the credit for it. UK came to us and I was just willing to listen. Good evening, court. If I could just have a few minutes of your time, I'm going to give you a brief synopsis and then I'm going to turn it over to Melissa Riddy Johnson with UK. UK Healing and Bluegrass Care Navigators approached us several months back and we have met numerous times and numerous hours. And they are working through a grant and is going to provide us a navigator, counselor, whatever you want to call it, to help us to reduce recidivism and dealing with some opioid issues inside the jail and aftercare. A little more background, UK Health and Dr. Oler and Melissa has provided our staff with some training in the past month to recognize withdrawal within the inmates. We're not medical, so any training we can get from medical to recognize signs of withdrawal. They have came into the jail and done that, and we videoed it and we can pass it along and things of that nature. They have also provided Narcan for our jail for the last several months. It's one of the unfortunate things we have to do in jail, but sometimes it saves lives. So they provide that at no cost. And the proposal with the MOA tonight is no cost to the jail. All the jail provides is the clientele and a space for them to do their work. So technically an office, and I am more than willing to do that. With that being said, I will turn it over to Melissa Riddy Johnson, and she's got a small presentation for you all.
Thank you and welcome, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you all so much for having me. I also have Trish Freeman with me. She is one of our pharmacy leads on the study. And what I'll do is I'm an implementation facilitator. So I'm a person with the University of Kentucky Healing Community Study that reaches out and links agencies in the community with the study and with other agencies to be able to provide support to individuals with the disease of OUD. And I'm going to step back and I'll let Trish take over. And is it possible to share screen, Andrew?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Trish Freeman, and I'm a professor at the UK College of Pharmacy. And just thank you for allowing us to spend a few minutes and briefly tell you about the Healing Community Study and our proposal for partnership with the Franklin County Regional Jail to provide care navigation services, as Jailer Bonta mentioned, for people with opioid use disorder. So I just want to give you a brief overview of the Healing Community Study. Melissa, if you want to go to the next slide, thank you. So this is a large study that's funded by the National Institutes of Health and the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. And it's really a large project. It's being conducted here in Kentucky with $87 million that was awarded to UK. And it's being conducted in partnership with a lot of our state and federal and community partners, including partners in healthcare, public health, and criminal justice. And so Dr. Sharon Walsh is the principal investigator. She is at UK and she directs the Center on Drug and Alcohol Research. So this is just showing you where the communities in Kentucky are located. And you can see the studies being conducted in 2 waves. We're currently working in wave 1, which is highlighted in the dark purple and the dark orange counties. And so Franklin County is one of the wave 1 communities in which we've been working. So the design of the study and really the overall goal of the study is to test the effectiveness of a community engaged intervention that's been designed to increase the use of practices, evidence-based practices that we know work to reduce opioid overdose mortality. And the goal is to do that, reduce overdose deaths by 40% over 3 years. And one of the key ways, I've listed the main ways we're doing it, but one of the key ways is really promoting the use of medications for opioid use disorder and increasing the number of individuals who are receiving those medications and keeping those individuals in treatment long-term, because we know that reduces overdose mortality. And so, so far, what we've been doing in this study is really working with community coalitions. In Franklin County, that's our local Franklin County ASAP board that's led by Charlie Kendall. And we've been collecting data and working with those coalitions really to identify strategies to reduce overdose mortality. And so one of the things that the communities have been interested in and have chosen as part of their action plan is really to embed navigators, care navigators in jails. And we've actually done this in some of our communities already. And we're hoping, because the Franklin County ASAP board chose this as a strategy, we're hoping that we can also work with Franklin County to make this happen. So Melissa, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, and the agency that HCS is partnered with is Bluegrass Care Navigators, and they've developed Bluegrass Healing Transitions. And that part of their agency employs linkage care navigators, such as nurses or social workers, that are going to connect individuals with the disease of opioid use disorder to medications for opioid use disorder treatment, which we love to use our little acronyms at UK. So that's MOUD. So if you hear me say that, that's what I'm talking about, is medications for opioid use disorder treatment. And what a linkage navigator, is going to do is they're going to work individually with someone to be able to educate them on the medications for opioid use disorder, as well as providing a connection and linkage to overcome barriers out in the community. So they're going to work with someone while they're in the jail, and then they're also going to link them to an MOUD treatment provider who's out in the community. And they're going to continue even after that person is released to follow that person with high touch points. They're going to do phone contacts. They may at some point meet them out in the community if that's necessary. And that focus is really to get them linked into that treatment provider, assist them with making that first initial treatment or that first initial appointment, and then providing them supports for that first 30 days while they're still getting connected and engaged with that treatment provider. Let's see. And this is, again, just an overview. They're going to be providing education also, as well as support to help them better understand the disease of opioid use disorder, as well as understand better the medications for opioid use disorder that are used in their treatment. And then, of course, work to reduce stigma so that they can understand that this is a disease and this is something that we want to be able to help them move through and be able to gain support. And again, connect them to those community resources to overcome those barriers that might have kept them from accessing the treatment, and then also connect them with those agencies so that they can build support in that area as well. And let's see, what's our last one? So as Jailer Bonta mentioned, the MOA is really asking for space and also the opportunity for the jail staff to provide verbal referrals of people that are in the jail who they feel like might benefit from the navigator's assistance. And then what the study will also do is provide funding so that the jail can purchase a computer for that care navigator so that they can be able to utilize that to have the notification on Jail Tracker when that person is going to be released. So that way they can go ahead and start planning for the aftercare once they get released from the jail. So now all we need to do is know if you all have any questions.
Ms. Johnson, if you don't mind, I'll ask you this question. I'm not sure I understand. Will the as part of the therapy, will the therapy be counseling? Will the therapy also be medication that may need to be prescribed? Are those the two ways that therapy will be given to the inmates?
What they'll actually be receiving, there won't be medication within the jail. What they'll be doing is working with individuals to address any barriers they've had or might face once they are released from jail, that would keep them from being able to attain treatment. And so let me go back a couple of slides. So some of the things that they're going to work with them on are transportation. They're going to work with them on housing, assistance if there's food insecurity, if there's housing insecurity. They're also going to work with them if they know someone's getting ready to get released, work with them on reestablishing their medical card, work with them on possibly reestablishing food stamps, things like that. So it's going to be more of an opportunity for education versus counseling. So they're going to link them in, though, to a treatment provider out in the community that would provide that counseling service.
I see. Okay, more or less a social worker type of social work type of help. Is that correct, or is that too broad?
Well, it's more of a if anybody's familiar with like a targeted case management position. So it's someone who's helping someone provide education on the medications for opioid use disorder, learn more about opioid use, the disease of opioid use disorder, and then help them address barriers, because we tend to overlook the fact that we have cars in our driveway. We have, you all discussed it earlier, insurance available. Someone who might not have those same opportunities might need a little assistance in just being able to figure out how to, and the word navigator comes in here, how to navigate the many systems out there, the social systems to assist with that, or just figuring out how to problem solve a situation so that they can then overcome that barrier or be able to address that barrier in a more direct way if it were to arise in the future. And that's the point also of providing that linkage to someone to an agency in the community that provides medications for opioid use disorder. So they've got the education while they're in jail with the care navigator, and then the care navigator can assist them in making that initial linkage, scheduling that initial appointment, so that when someone gets released if someone got released tomorrow, they've got an appointment lined up for maybe Friday afternoon or Monday morning. What the care navigator will also do is continue to have contact with that individual, either via the phone. They may meet them out in the community somewhere, to be able to sit down and just, again, process what's going on and what barriers they might be addressing that they hadn't expected once they got released. And then also assisting them, reminding them and supporting them until they are able to get to that first initial appointment. And then once they're at that appointment, they're going to still, for an additional few weeks, they're going to continue to provide that touch point where they're going to call and check in on them. They may meet them out in the community, see how things are going, and just offer that additional support.
I think that's what all that you're saying is outstanding. You are aware, because you're receiving maybe some of these monies, but we all, our communities are going to be receiving monies from the opioid settlement. And so we're all thinking, and especially in this community, we're thinking about working with the jailer to think of what would be the best uses for those monies. And I hope that you will help us with that part of helping our community as well.
We would love to be part of that discussion, most definitely.
Thank you. Open the floor to any other discussion, any questions from any of the squires? Squire Blackburn? I don't see.
Yes, thank you so much for coming on today. How long has this program, have you all been utilizing this program through UK?
This program, we've been working with the jail actually since April of 2020. We've been in contact and communication and doing meetings and discussing all the different services that the ASAP board felt would be very appropriate. And I'll let Trish, who might have some additional information.
Yeah, so the study is in its third year. The first couple of years we're really building the intervention, and then starting the work that we have been doing with the coalitions in the 8 communities. And so we really in this last several months have just started what we're calling the implementation, the true implementation phase of the study.
Is there a timeline projected out? If it's wildly successful, I would hope it would continue. I want to know if there's an endpoint.
Sure, that's a great question. And that's actually one part of the study is actually sustainability and working with the communities. Once they select the strategies in their action plan, and then we work to help implement those strategies they selected, like the navigation and linkage to care from the jail. Then the last phase of the study is actually sustainability and working with the communities on grant writing and different things, how we can ensure that we have the funds to sustain those strategies that were successful in the communities.
Wonderful. I'm just glad we're partnering with UK. Thanks so much.
Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. And I appreciate everything that was said tonight. And I appreciate Squire Blackburn's questions in regard to the intervention strategies and the sustainability, which was one of the things I had down to ask about. I did, and I think those are very positive steps. The longer that we can work with someone who is, once they separate from the jail and go back into society, hopefully that, keeps them on the path, because they have a connection now and a conduit to help, I guess, abate repeated offenses. Let's hope. Did I understand correctly? And this is where that sustainability, I guess, inquiry comes from for me, that UK and Bluegrass Health will maintain contact via telephone at least for up to 30 days post incarceration. And then I have a couple more questions after that. Did I understand that right?
Yes, that is correct. And the purpose of that is to be able to provide someone that additional support while they're engaging in treatment. And then once they've made that first appointment and that first contact with the treatment provider, and they're going to work with them to link them into the targeted case manager, who's also available at that location. But in Franklin County, we also are partnered with many agencies in the area and have other care navigators out in the community. And so there'll be some linkage there as well.
Sure. I guess my question is that's via telephone, that those aren't like in-person meetings, they are just through communication over the phone?
That's going to depend upon the situation and the individual's needs. Bluegrass Care Navigators are able to meet individuals out in the community if that's what is called for. But again, with all of the health concerns around COVID, they of course will follow protocols for safety for that.
Absolutely. And I assume the safety and security for everyone is of the utmost concern in that regard. So I appreciate that there will be an opportunity for a variety of contacts, whether that's in person, on the phone, through virtual meetings, whatever. I think those are good steps toward, as we've all touched on, the sustainability, which is critical in a program like this. I also wanted to ask a question in regard to the laptop that's going to be needed for this program. Is that a laptop that will come with the Bluegrass Care Navigator staff through UK, or is that one that Franklin County will need to pick up and purchase?
What will happen is the funds will be provided through the MOA, and I think it is actually outlined in the MOA. The study will actually provide the funding for the jail to purchase the laptop, because the way a jail system works, normally it's just simpler than trying an IT person trying to upload something from an outside laptop to be able to have the jail just purchase one that's already has that availability, and it just makes it a lot smoother and a lot simpler.
Is there any type of security that we're going to have to put in place in order to transmit healthcare records or anything like that, just to ensure the
they won't be utilizing healthcare records in any way. There's going to be some data collection, but it's going to be without names or no PHI is going to be released. So there's not going to be any names or social security numbers or birth dates or mailing addresses or anything like that that's going to be released in that
So there
data.
won't be a requirement for, I guess, secure transfer of information, because it will be, I guess, just collected where there's no personally identifiable information, right? I'm understanding
Correct.
that.
You're correct.
Well, and I guess in the round, Franklin County has the opportunity, and we are engaged with Southern Healthcare Partners at this point. Will there be any service overlap or any way that the two providers of services can, I guess, assist one another and kind of help lift up the services for one or the other partners? And I don't know, that may be something that Jay LaBonta has to speak to. I don't know that.
I think that the medical staff will work well with this navigator. That's all I can really say at this point, Squire.
Okay, thank you. I just thought that might be a good opportunity.
Absolutely.
If there are ways these two partners can link.
Our nurses are going to know the inmate's history a lot more
Yes.
than the navigator is.
Exactly. That's why I was hoping that there was some way to kind of cross-pollinate with each of the two providers of these services.
Absolutely. While I'm unmuted, also this navigator will have to go through some jailer training, some PREA training and some safety training before that we'll just turn them loose for their safety.
Thank you.
Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. First, I'd like to thank the two ladies for being on tonight, and Jay LaBonta for answering the call and bringing them to the court. I think this is a great thing. Quick question, I'll keep it short. So it's an $87 million grant. My question is, what, if you itemize what it would cost Franklin County to have this service per year per se, because my hope is it works well and we want to continue it. So when and if the grant runs out, what is the fee? What do you anticipate the fee to be if we wanted to continue with the program? Thank you.
And Squire Muller, I think the two of us are not in the position to answer that question because we don't work on the financial side of things. And so I apologize, but we can get that information back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I think it'd be important for the court to know that in the future. Thank you.
Sure.
And I think that goes hand in hand with what we had said earlier, that opioid monies that will be coming in, if we would, and you said you would help guide us on what we would need to do to either continue the program or enhance the program in any way that we could. Thank you. All right. Any other questions from any of the squires? Squire Booth. You're muted, Squire.
Excuse me. I wonder if these services will be extended to family members and close friends, I should say, in conjunction with the services that you give the opioid user disorder person.
One of you, Ms. Johnson or Ms. Freeman?
So the linkage and the services are intended to be directly for the individual who has the opioid use disorder, but as part of that individual's family and loved ones, are really key in supporting that individual in their, remission and recovery from opioid use disorder. And so the family is, while it's not direct, if it's brought in through the needs of that individual, then the family and caregivers are brought in. And Melissa, you can add to that as you want, but that's sort of the way that I have explained it previously.
And the individuals will also be, by the navigator being able to address some of those barriers, those barriers are going to impact the family members as well. And then once that individual is linked to that treatment provider, the treatment providers now are starting to extend services and link people in with other community agencies that provide supports out in the community with education, as well as some tools for how to better understand the disease of opioid use disorder. And so the agencies are really starting to expand those services to incorporate family members and friends, because they understand everyone's impacted and everyone needs the resources. So by linking that individual to a medications for opioid use disorder treatment program, by providing them the opportunity to overcome some barriers that impact every part of their life as well as their family's life, they're able to be empowered to address some of those barriers themselves, as well as bring their family members in for that support. I hope that answered your question.
Yes.
Well, very exciting. Thank you all very much. I don't believe I see any other questions. Jake, do you have any other remarks before we end with this?
Just thank you all for giving us the opportunity to present this. Also, thanks to our county attorney, Rick Sparks. He went over this MOA for me and several others in the last month, and we've communicated quite well. Thank you, Squires and Judge and the court and Mr. Sparks. Thank you all very much.
Jailer Bonner, just for FYI, because this sounds so exciting, and I would ask that 6 months from now, once this gets implemented, 6 months from the full implementation, that you come back and give us an update. Let us know with Ms. Johnson, Ms. Freeman, or whomever else, how's it going? Okay.
We can do that. And I promise you, Melissa will remind me of it.
Great.
Thank you all so much for the opportunity.
Well, really, the thanks goes to you. Thank you for helping those that need help in our community. We appreciate it so much. All right, let's move on to the next item. And Mr. Hewitt, before I call on you, I hope you get a drink of water, because you're going to be on for looks like about 7 items. And we'll start with item number 7, and that is the second reading of an ordinance. And I'll just let you continue on and move on through one item at a time, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge, and good evening, court. This is second reading of a proposed text amendment to the zoning regulations to allow self-storage and mini warehouses as a permitted use in the highway commercial zoning district. It would be also added as a special noted condition number 27. At the first reading of this ordinance, the court had asked for an amendment, actually 2 amendments. First one is to include the language in item subsection C to state that the trees will be 6 feet at time of planting. And as I look at my notes, I see where I failed to include the second amendment, which was just the next sentence in that same item that reads, any dead or diseased trees shall be replaced as originally installed. So I apologize for that oversight. I would request that the court accept that and incorporate that into the motion if they find so to approve this item. It was presented to the Planning Commission on June the 10th, 2021, and it was recommended for approval by a vote of 6-2. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Hewitt, if you don't mind, Tambra needs to write down what you want added in there, please, sir.
I believe that now I have one note that says just add the 6 feet at time of planting, but I also have another note that talked about a replacement of the trees. And if the other squires recall that,
yeah,
it's my oversight that I did not get that in there in your packet for this. So I apologize. But it would read a new sentence in item C that reads, any dead or diseased trees shall be replaced as originally installed.
And
period. And that's all.
Okay. Okay, you got that? All right. Any questions for Mr. Hewitt on this particular amending the code of ordinances? Squire Tracy.
Thanks, Judge. Robert, thank you. Robert, who would make the determination in regards to the size of quote unquote mini warehouses / self-storage facilities?
The size of the units, or?
Yeah, I mean, who makes that determination? What you may think is an appropriate size for a self-storage facility, and what I think may be appropriate may be 2 or 3 different things. So I'm just trying to figure out, is there a certain size? Is there that you can go to, or do you decide that through your office, or how's that determined?
It's decided through my office. They're pretty much a standard item throughout the country. I don't know how to answer it. I mean, you just know what it is.
Right. Well, I mean, I've seen them, 12 by 20, and I've seen them around lakes, 16 by 60, 16 by 40. So I'm just trying to, things of that nature, just trying to ask.
Yeah. So, those are more of indoor vehicle parking, if you will. I'm not aware of any mini warehouse or self-storage facility in Franklin County that has indoor vehicle parking. That would be classified separately. It's kind of like, I don't know, it's like a McDonald's just by the M on it. I mean,
yeah, but what I'm saying,
I guess mini's the key word here, if you will.
Well, right, and I know that you talked automobile parking, but there are some self-storage units probably big enough to park vehicles in. So that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, if the door's large
Okay.
enough, yes.
Right.
Yeah, if the door's large enough. But it's, as we all know, they're very typical to be placed in rows, possibly multiple buildings. So, it's a call on my part or my staff as to whether or not we deem it as a mini self-storage or just full-blown warehousing. So that's the difference I guess you're looking for.
Right.
So it's just how we look. At it just from our experience.
Right.
Would it have something also to do with how large the lot is before they're put on there as well?
Well, no, not really. I mean, you could have, it's all economies of scale. If bigger the lot, the more units you get. It's all about density and profit. It's
still, you can't put a storage building. You can't put more storage buildings on a lot that the lot can't take. That doesn't. You just can't. There is a size limit on how many you can get in a certain amount of space.
Well, true. That's based on other regulations in the code relating to setbacks and drive aisles and stormwater detention and landscape buffering and all those things. So yeah, there's other limitations if there's an absence of percent lot coverage requirement in the bulk density height table.
Yeah.
So yes.
Squire Booth.
Are there any self-storage businesses that are interested in establishing a business that will be allowed with this text amendment? Are you aware of any?
Well, sure. Yes, definitely.
Do you know how many?
Popular. Well, ma'am, I can't discuss, items that have not been filed for public record yet. I apologize. I'm not allowed to disclose it.
Fire Blackburn, did I see your hand up, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Robert, I was looking at these, noted special conditions. I know on number 23, E, it says 100-foot landscape buffer. And then on 27C, it's 30-foot wide. Is that predicated by the conditional use for a following design standards and requirements on 27? And then on 22, it says approved by the planning commission. So is 27 a condition that staff will approve or disapprove, and 23 is something that the commission will approve or approve or not? I see there's a little, we got 27 different things. I'm scared one day we're going to have 40 pages of conditional uses and we're not following a form of land use. I feel like it's piecemeal type stuff. And just for that one, if you could just answer that one question for me, that would help me a little bit.
All right, so 23 relates to indoor gun ranges, not many warehouses, okay? Indoor shooting and instruction ranges. So that has nothing to do with the text amendment this evening. So, and the language does require that the development plan be approved by the planning commission.
Right.
All right. These are noted special conditions, not conditional uses, as I mentioned last time. So 23 differs in that it says specifically the planning commission has to approve the development plan. 27 would be an administrative approval if all conditions were met and the development plan met all the requirements of the technical review team.
Okay. So 27 is specifically for mini warehouses, because I know on 23 it has in accordance with the numbers of this chapter. Over here it doesn't, so I don't see where it's differentiated.
I apologize, I didn't understand your question. 27
is specifically for mini warehouses, correct?
Yes.
Is there anywhere that it's noted on 27 that that's what it's for?
It's noted in the land use table attached on page 2 of your document.
I got you. I'm just trying to I think the public and the folks that want to do development want to see, you have to go by charts and graphs and then find the text and then look up the numbers. I'm just wanting it to be easier somehow. I'm sorry.
Well, it's a code and a regulation. That's why, jurisdictions that establish zoning hire administrators to assist developers and the public through the process so they don't have to learn the whole book.
Right. But when you're going to do something, there's a lot of, I don't want to get into it right now, Robert. I totally get it.
Okay, other questions? Squire Muller?
Thank you, Judge. Hey, Robert, thanks for being on tonight. Just curious, with the current comprehensive plan in full swing, I believe. Is there a reason that we wouldn't just wait until we kind of have a better roadmap as far as what Franklin County should look like per se?
Folks, I apologize. We need to stop the meeting. It appears that Ms. Booth had to step away, and under the current rules for these meetings, all members have to be present and be heard and on the video stream at every time. I don't want to make more of it than need be, but I don't want to get the court in trouble. And apparently Ms. Booth had to step away.
I'm sorry. I stepped away for about 3 minutes. I'm sorry.
Oh, and it's not you, Scotty, and I apologize. I don't have you on screen, so thanks for volunteering that. But on the screen that I had at everybody, Ms. Booth had to step away, and I don't want to get the court in trouble for running inadvertently afoul.
Here's Squire Booth back.
Counselor
Very
Sparks,
hyper technical rules.
Counselor Sparks, while you're bringing that up, it was my understanding, maybe I misunderstood, was if there was a break or something in the audio video feed, as long as the feed was okay, it was just when the video feed or audio feed incurred a disruption.
You're probably correct, but I don't want to take any chances.
Okay.
So I'm being hyper precise on this brave new world because the rules are getting interpreted all the time differently. So
Okay.
just y'all, we're all stuck here together. So
I understand.
Oh, okay, continue on with your questioning, Squire Blackburn, or Squire Muller. I believe Squire Muller is at We've called on
I
him.
believe I asked the judge. I mean, Robert, does that make sense what I asked, sir?
Ask it
Could you
again, if you would, please, sir.
All righty, I'll try it again. So I guess my question was, with the current comprehensive plan in process, you know, trying to lay out smart growth and what Franklin County should look like in the future, is there a reason that we wouldn't just wait until that's done?
Well, you know, the court has the discretion to deny this text amendment, but with that line of thinking, that would eliminate any text amendment or any zone change until that process is complete. So you would basically, in a sense, you would stop those developments that would require zone changes or text amendments. But it's at the discretion of the court.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Robert, if you would, let's now move to the item number 8, which is also a second reading.
Let's see, this is second reading of a text amendment that was presented by the Bluegrass Area Development District. And this relates to a text amendment for kayak and canoe launch areas in the limited commercial zoning district. There was an amendment at the Planning Commission hearing for language in the regulation that was specific to whether or not restrooms are provided. It was included to say if necessary or required. That was incorporated into your document. The Planning Commission did recommend approval of the request with a vote of 11-0. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Robert, just out of curiosity's sake, to Squire Muller's question about should we stop any changes, would that affect this as well?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions? Squire Blackburn.
Yes, thank you, Robert. So as of right now, are there any other zone designations that allow for kayak and canoe trailhead launch and pickup parking?
No, sir. This is a new category in the land use table.
Okay, so this is completely brand new.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, not seeing no other questions. Robert, let's move on to item number 9, which is also a second reading.
All right, this is a zone map amendment request for 10.01 acres located at 505 Jones Lane. The request is for a zone map amendment from rural residential to an agricultural district. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on June the 10th, and then they had a continuation of that hearing on July the 8th. At their July 8th meeting, they adopted the staff findings of fact that are contained within the staff report. There were 2 of those. And then they also adopted goal number 7 out of the comprehensive plan from the staff report. So 3 findings of fact, and they are recommending approval to the fiscal court by their vote of 11-0. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I believe the counsel for the property owner is present on the meeting. At the last fiscal court meeting, there was a request for a transcript to be provided, and that has been sent out in your prior to your packets. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Hewitt, who is the counsel for the applicants?
Charlie Jones.
Okay, and Mr. Jones is on?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Oh, there's Mr. Jones. Hello, Mr. Jones.
Yes, Judge.
Let's start with Squire Blackburn.
Robert, I was just looking at the 3 finding of facts that the Planning Commission had based their following findings on. And I know on the zone change, we're not looking at the use, we're looking at the zoning. And on C, on their 3rd finding of fact, they said it will enhance community quality and character, promote quality development, and strengthens community character and pride. And that's based on it going from rural residential to agricultural general. Is that correct?
Well, the request is from rural residential to agriculture. The reason why that planning commission member recommended that, I have no clue. He didn't explain why he did it. He just requested to add that for consideration and vote by the planning commission.
So let's hope that if this goes through, that whatever's going to be put there is going to promote quality development and strengthen the community character and pride. I know there were a lot of folks in attendance that weren't getting prideful reactions from it. I just wanted to make a note of that. Thank you.
Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. Robert, thanks again. And good evening, Mr. Jones. And I know to Squire Blackburn's point, we can't, talk about what's going to be there per se, but I know a lot of my concerns were with the road, water lines, things like that. That's mostly what we all talked about. I guess my question is, for the potential business owners, are they aware of things that might need to be improved in order to put a business there?
Mr. Jones, would you like to answer that? You're on mute, Mr. Jones.
Sorry, Judge. Yes, Squire Muller, obviously some issues were raised at the planning and zoning hearing regarding water pressure, size of water line, the width of the road, and other issues. And certainly my client is cognizant of those development issues which would have to be addressed.
Okay, thank you. I just want to be upfront, and I'd rather not come back on the county a year from now. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. I guess this will go to our planning director. Can you tell us, and maybe it's just me not being able to find that, when the zoning code was actually put in place for Franklin County, was that in the 80s or the 90s or 2000s or 70s? Just in general.
1986.
Okay, thank you. And previously, perhaps, what was in regard to the area that's under discussion on Jones Lane? Has it always been zoned rural residential, that this parcel?
I would have to go research previous maps. The current map is dated 1993. So I'd have to research prior zoning maps to answer that question.
Okay, thanks. All right, great. So I've got a couple more questions. I know in regard to this portion of Jones Lane, there are approximately 20 to 25 single family dwellings. There are 2 4-unit apartment buildings and a suburban mobile home park. Those bound all sides of this property under discussion. And I do know the only agricultural parcel on this road, which is a dead end road, is at the dead end portion of that road. And it's been in the same family since the 1800s. So I guess if we pull out the documents, it's not clear to me, perhaps, how rezoning the property to ag will serve the cited, I guess what has been referred to as the applicable policies. So I'm looking at goal 1. I guess I'll just start there in opening this up. And I've got this flagged, I think, as I had indicated at our most recent fiscal court meeting. I'm just flipping over to my first flag. Under goal 1, and the goal itself is grow by design. And the staff report indicates that policies 1, 2, and 8 are applicable in the request. So how does the ag zoning support goals 1, 2, and 8? And if you'd like, I can read those. Goal 1 recognizes that growth is healthy and necessary, but that growth should be managed pursuant to the community's comprehensive plan. Policy 2, approve new development only when the public facilities and public services needed to serve the development will be available. And number 8 is encourage developments that provide a mix of uses such as different housing types, affordable housing, commercial establishments, restaurants, recreational areas, and open space that will encourage the development of a sense of place. I bring that up because I guess if consideration has been factored in for the conditional use, which we've been admonished heavily not to consider that, it's unclear how those policies would be supported through the zone change. Could you speak to that? I don't know who could speak to it, so I guess why I'm asking the planning director.
Mr. Sparks, could I ask you a question, please?
Yes, sir.
Sounds like we're getting into testimony once again.
I heard the squire asking a concise question relative to the record on the findings of fact, and it appears to be discussion relative to the record. I think frankly, that's a very appropriate question.
So now I'm to give an opinion on 3 goals.
Those are the, as I understood it, those are the ones that were recommended in the planning, staff planning review it. I think that's.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
But I understood. I guess I'll allow. The question was as to the goals stated and the findings on the staff report. I think that's more than appropriate to answer.
All right. So Squire Sebastian, are you asking my opinion of the policies that were recommended 1, 2, and 8 in that item?
What I'm asking is the staff report indicates that supports the zoning request change. So I'm trying to understand from the staff perspective who drafted this, and I'm going to have the same line of questioning for quite some time.
Okay, number one. Okay, number one. Consistent
to
with the comprehensive plan, the future land use is rural activities, so it's compliant with that. Item number 2, approved development only when public facilities and services needed to serve are available. There was testimony that the road width is adequate. That's in writing, as well as the water supply that is in writing, that is in your packet. And that was also considered as evidenced by the Planning Commission. Item number 8, mix of uses. That encourage and develop a sense of place. You know, we're within 1 mile of an interchange of a major interstate running east-west through the state of Kentucky. You've got a mobile home park next to it. You've got highway commercial fronting the southwest quadrant of the intersection of Jones Lane and 127. So this adds a variety and a mixture of uses that are currently in that area. So that's my response to your question.
Okay, so I'll go ahead to goal 3. Goal 3 is use infrastructure as a planning tool. It appears that I think policy 2 was the one that was listed as a staff supporting notation. That item reads direct development into areas with or in close proximity to the existing infrastructure service areas. So I'm going to go back to how does the agricultural zoning support that? I just want to make sure that no consideration was factored in for the conditional use, of which, again, we've been admonished not to call upon and factor into ours. So it's just the way I'm understanding it's unclear how that policy is supported. So just, again, want to get the staff perspective on that.
Okay, a water line runs along Jones Lane fronting this property. City sanitary sewer is the northeast corner of this property, and it's an adopted county road in the system for maintenance. That is how this policy number 2 is compliant, because this development is within all those areas.
So
road,
we
water, sewer, electric.
In goal 4, where it is promote economic health, it appears that policies 5 and 8 were noted by staff. And goal 5 under promote economic health is emphasize tourism including heritage-related tourism as an important economic development asset in the community, including the Kentucky River and its tributaries. And then number 8 says, encourage the development of businesses that can provide needed products, services, and jobs for existing neighborhoods, as well as appropriate expansion opportunities of unique local industry. So I'm going to go back and ask again in regard to how agriculture supports that. I mean, having, I guess, farms throughout my family, we never had anybody come by and ask to go take a tour of our farm to see how we dealt with hay or any of our crops, you know, livestock or anything like that. So I'm just wondering what agriculture adds in regard to that. So the staff finding may help me. Your assessment of that may help me.
The difference here is that staff received joint applications, a zone map amendment request and a conditional use. Staff is allowed to consider both because staff has to analyze both. The zoning regulations allow for the joint filing and the joint hearing of those items by the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission was fully aware and had the ability and the authority to review that conditional use permit in the same packet that this zone map amendment occurred. I remind the court that this was recommended for approval by the Planning Commission at a vote of 11-0. So it's not as if they did not know what was being proposed at this location.
But I guess that, but the way I understood the admonishment of the court is that we didn't have the same, I will use the term luxury to consider both. Is that, am I incorrect in that? I just want to make sure I understand that from the Councilor Sparks's seat.
Okay, let's get it back to ground standard, y'all. In the court's consideration of a zone change request, you have to decide, number one, whether the zone change request is consistent with the comprehensive plan, et cetera. If you decide that it is not, then the question is whether conditions have changed to render the current zoning inapplicable, or whether it was wrong to begin with. It's not an admonishment. It's not a question of what's going to be going on. It's whether the zone change in light of the comprehensive plan was wrong, or conditions have changed to make this the correct one, taking into consideration all the various factors. What you get caught up in the weeds on is worrying about the infinite number of potential future uses on terms of art, like agriculture, because people think of that as farming. Well, agriculture zoning is not necessarily farming. There's many uses contained in it. And it's easy to get caught in that trap. But your question under the statute is whether or not the zone change request is appropriate under the comprehensive plan, whether the circumstances have changed to render the current zoning inapplicable in favor of the proposed change, or whether the zone change as currently in existence was inappropriate for the situation out on the property. It yields itself to a lot of different things and a lot of different possibilities, but what it doesn't yield itself is to laser focusing on a potential proposed use out of all the potential proposed infinite possibilities that could go in on a given piece of property in the next 100 whatever years. So just keep in mind, those are the three prongs. That's the three roads you have to go down. You have to pick one of the three to support a zone change. The record consists of the transcript, which I know everybody's got. I read it. You all did too. And the staff report. That's why I think it's completely appropriate to discuss matters involving the staff report and the record all you want to, but you can't get caught up in the weeds of extraneous factors or common usage of phrases, et cetera. You have to go to the technical language of the definition of what those zoning things are. I hope that answered your question.
It does. It helps. It helps quite a bit. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I appreciate the planning director helping guide this conversation, because the documents are here, as you said, for us to read. So I'm just trying to relay questions that I had in reading that weren't borne out, I guess, during the first reading of this. So I am going to go ahead and proceed to goal 5, which was protect environmental health. And I think the policy that was highlighted and featured was policy 5 from the staff perspective, which is encourage new development to be designed in a manner that preserves the natural topography and other natural features like trees, woodlands, wildlife, rare species, streams, ponds, and drainage ways. And so I again just want to understand how this new development that is listed here, how the ag zoning supports that. Again, since we're not factoring in that potential conditional use that's been bandied about, it's just unclear, and perhaps with the staff support again, how this policy will be supported by that zone change.
You're muted, Robert.
Thank you, sir. There are many uses that could go in a ag zoning designation. Many warehouses and self-storage is one of them. Camps and campgrounds is also one. What this says is it encourages the new development to be designed. So that issue will come if this zone map amendment request is approved. That will come during the development plan stage. At that time, staff will look for floodplains, sinkholes, wetlands, steep slopes. All those factors are considered during the development plan stage. If there are any unique features to the site that staff is either able to identify or is brought to their attention, then we can work with the developer to ensure that they're either mitigated, worked around, or otherwise preserved. So that's a development process there, and that's when this goal kicks in. See, these goals help guide regulations. And so that specific one that's cited, number 5, refers to the subdivision and development plan regulations that list all those things that need to be shown on the development plan so that staff is aware of them.
That may be something that folds over into goal 6 here, where it talks about preserve the existing neighborhoods, and policy 6 was the one that was cited, which is encourage new development to fit the character of existing neighborhoods. And obviously, I presume the planning director has been out there. Again, I think, as I stated at the beginning of this is all buffered by single family dwellings. It's, a mobile home park on one side, and then the rest of the area of Jones Lane out there is single family dwellings, with the exception of 2 apartment buildings there. So again, I just kind of, I continue to fall back on, it's unclear to me how this policy is going to be supported by the zone change if it's approved. So perhaps you could help me a little bit with this one for sure.
So the southwest quadrant of Jones Lane 127 was a former commercial business. You have a high density mobile home park directly adjacent to this property. You have homes across the street with multiple homes on the same lot. There's a variety of uses and housing types in that area. The RV park is a conditional use. So if that is considered by the planning commission. So, I find that due to this variety, that the RV, that an ag zoning in this location and its whatever proposed uses would be appropriate.
So I guess moving on to goal 7, where it talks about enhancing community quality and character. And that's where I think item 9 was identified in the staff report. And item 9 reads, continue to provide adequate and improved community services, such as schools, police, and fire protection, parks, and recreational opportunities that serve existing and planned growth. So again, it talks about growth. So I guess I just seem to be asking that question of why it just seems unclear by changing this to ag, how the policy is going to be supported for development. Almost every goal and policy that was highlighted talks about future development. And so we're supposed to be looking at changing it for agriculture purposes. So again, it would be beneficial again to hear from the staff, so I understand that broad range. Thank you in advance.
what's important to consider is not that it's for agricultural uses. You have to consider what the ag zoning allows, either permitted or conditional. As Counselor or as County Attorney Sparks says, you know, agricultural zoning doesn't mean you have to put corn on it. As I've said before, it allows mini warehouse and self-storage. Is that an agricultural use? Not in my opinion, but that's what the code says you can do. You know, we've got one out on 127 across from Steel Branch. It's an ag zoning. So just because it's an ag zoning doesn't mean you have to plant corn on it or any other field crop. So, you know, there was discussion, testimony at the Planning Commission that a fire hydrant is going to be required at this location. That's going to be a public facility that's going to serve the surrounding neighborhood. That'll be a benefit to that area, an improvement, if you will, that they don't currently have. So that's why staff cited that item.
Okay, great. I appreciate you bringing the fire hydrant up. I'll get to that in just a second. I know, I'm noticing in going back through these emails, even the email title is just somewhat unclear to me, because the email title from our own staff is Development Plan and Facility Review for Proposed RV Park on Jones Lane. And that went out to the TRT team. And you know, there was a statement in there that went to the water district that says, if you could, please provide comments to the above referenced project. Some residents have concerns about water capacity. Anything you could provide me to ease their concerns would be much appreciated. So I don't want to call that leading, but I might call it gently massaging and assuaging, you know, and I noticed that our county engineer stated, I guess, I'm just kind of going back through my flag, and I'm sure you guys have looked at all this, just a couple of pages beyond that. The county contracted engineer cited 13 items, you know, and he says what has been submitted to obtain a development plan approval is lacking our minimum standard requirements. For further county engineer review, I would expect to see the following. And there's a litany of things. There are 13 items that some of them are multiple items. And, you know, talks about new entrances. It talks about stormwater runoff, talks about the county not accepting a responsibility for increasing the size of the roadway or any detention basin that is needed. The detention basin's mentioned multiple times. It talks about, you know, type of units being provided, sewage, talks about lots of things. And yes, I appreciate you bringing up the fire hydrant item, because there is one hydrant that serves that entire expanse on that side of Jones Lane, and it is at the intersection of US 127 and Jones Lane. There are a couple of flush hydrants back on through the property. So, you know, the fire chief, and I appreciate you bringing that up, the fire chief, you know, did note that it would be necessary to help provide fire protection for that portion of Jones Lane. So that's a plus there. So I guess with that, I appreciate the planning director commenting on the policies here from the perspective of the staff in regard to making the change from rural residential, which this property is surrounded by, to ag, when we're not considering the potential, I guess, use. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Judge Wells, if I could respond, please, to the two questions that she asked.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Okay, so your first question related to the email exchange between my staff and the water district. My staff sent out a request for the facility review and comment on April the 15th. On May the 13th, the water district finally responded after Mr. Judah had requested to get a response. Staff wants to get as much information available to the planning commission so they can make an informed decision. You know, if you don't like the words that he used, you know, it is what it is. He was being very polite and asking, you have not responded and we would like your information. So that's what stemmed that second email. So it had been almost a month and we had nothing. We have a deadline to get reports in the mail. I mean, you would want as much information as you can get. I know you would. So does the planning commission. As it relates
Absolutely.
to the
Absolutely. And I appreciate the follow-up because, you know, as you know, from sitting in your chair, it is routine to have to follow up to get information from people. So I'm not objecting to the opportunity for follow-up. I think it was just perhaps maybe how it was received on the other end at Farmdale Water. It may have appeared to say, I need some backup here, but I'm certainly, there is no way in the world I would want anyone not to follow up and get more information. Absolutely not. I agree with you on that for sure.
My staff has no information about the water system of Farmdale. No idea. Couldn't even guess at what it was. So,
Sure.
And there's been some turnover at the water district.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, Mr. Judah was being very polite and just one, because water and fire protection is hugely important for any development.
I absolutely agree. And I agree with the tone. Mr. Judah was extremely polite. That it had nothing to do with the tone of that, not in the least.
Okay. All right. If I could address your question concerning the county engineer's comments. Mr. Otis is extremely thorough. And the facility review that went out is for both the zone map amendment and the conditional use request. An applicant that files for a conditional use permit before whichever board is not required to file a formal development plan at that time. That would be a lot of expense and engineering cost to someone prior to even knowing if they can do it. So the applicant in this case did hire an engineer to go ahead and prepare a site layout because the planning commission who heard this case needed to have some context as to some of these site development issues that they get to consider as it relates to density and traffic and sewage disposal and water. And so Mr. Otis was commenting as though he thought he was receiving a development plan, which he did not. It was not even titled a development plan. So for Mr. Otis to have 13 comments really was nothing out of the ordinary. Now, to have 13 comments on development plan, sure, that would be normal. But this was just a site plan in support of a conditional use permit request. Because in the absence of a site plan, I would not have forwarded the request to the planning commission. They need that information. So Mr. Otis was just being extremely thorough, and he'll have his opportunity, if this gets approved, to review a development plan, review the stormwater calculations, and every other technical review team member will have the same opportunity to review it as it relates to their position.
I want to just, again, thank you for helping the understanding process and how the goals and the policies under each, correlate back to the question before us about approving or not approving the zone change from rural residential, the character of the area, to ag. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Squire Blackburn. You're on mute, Squire Blackburn.
I even had my button over top of it. I'm sorry. Mr. Hewitt, if this does get approved, will the development plan come before the Planning and Zoning Commission, or will it just come back to staff for approval?
Bear with me one second. Let me look. Mr. Jones, do you recall
I believe it's a requirement the development plan come back before the commission.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Mr. Hewitt, I'm sorry to say you got 3 more, but they may not be as intense as, actually you've got 4 more. So hang in there. We're getting closer to the end. Thank you for your great explanations. We really appreciate it. You've done a great
Judge, but before we close, may I?
Yes, sir. I was trying to figure out who was
I know as the court deliberates, I just want to be very precise about what the statute requires the court to do. This is your job. This is what you have to find. KRS 100.213 requires the following. before any map amendment is granted, in this case, the fiscal court must find that the map amendment is an agreement with the adopted comprehensive plan, or that one or more of the following apply. So you've got A, if you find that the comprehensive plan and the proposal is in agreement, or that the existing zoning, given the property, is inappropriate and the proposed zoning is appropriate, and or there have been major changes of an economic, physical, or social nature within the area involved which were not anticipated, which rendered the zoning or which have substantially altered the basic character of such an area. So you've got track 1, it's in agreement with the comprehensive plan, or track 2A or B. It's inappropriate and or there have been major changes of an economic, social, physical characteristics which are involved, not anticipated. So just keep your eye on the ball. I just want to clarify that is what the law requires you as your job on this particular, in every zoning question. That is the law that you're operating under. So I just wanted to clarify that before you go into your thoughts and deliberations, et cetera, on the final vote on this or any other, for that matter, zoning amendment question. And thank you, sir. Thank you, y'all.
Thank you, Counselor. Okay, Mr. Hewitt, let's go to item 10. And item 10, we're excited about the bid to get moving on the electrical part as well as the HVAC part of the old health department building, or now the Simon House building.
All right, thank you, Judge. So the HVAC and the associated electric improvements to the building were pulled out of the major project so we could go ahead and get that work started as soon as possible. We had a bid opening that was advertised on August the 17th of this year. We did not receive any bids at that time. So the architect prepared an addendum. We established a new bid opening date of August the 31st. All the existing previous plan holders from that first advertisement were notified of the addendum. When we had our bid opening, 2 bids were received. Hills Electric LLC was the low bidder at $137,068. Under the financial impact of your agenda abstract, I have noted that both the city and the county have each committed up to $100,000 for the project. In your packet, I've included the bid tabulation as well as the proposal submitted by Hills Electric. The architect, Craig Aussie, is on the call if anyone has any questions for either myself or Mr. Aussie.
Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you, Robert. I guess since Mr. Aussie's on, I would just like to ask him how things are going on the project, just to kind of bring us up to speed, if you don't mind.
I think you're muted, but I don't see a mute on it, Mr. Aussie.
Trying to switch devices here.
We see you. We don't hear you. We still don't hear you, Mr. Aussie. We don't hear you, sir.
Can you hear me yet?
Yes, now we hear you.
Excellent, excellent. Sorry, this long of a meeting and everything fell asleep on my audio. The project is going very slowly, Squire Mueller. It's been a series of issues. We've The first one, it came in over budget, and then the HVAC failed in the building, and we had to push that as an accelerated project to rebid just the HVAC, which requires new electrical service. We had no participation in the first bid on that, but we had a couple of bidders who'd said they'd intended to. Their workload had just overwhelmed them, and they hadn't been able to get this bids in by 10 a.m. that morning, so we postponed it. At this point, it's the HVAC will begin as soon as it's approved. None of these are long lead time items, and I have the package assembled for most of the remaining work, and I've been working through with Robert today on some costs on all of that, and it's going to be over your budget to do all of this work. But we've known that all along, and the reduction in scope is being offset by the increased cost of construction right now, as material availability is a problem and labor availability is a problem.
So thank you, Craig. So when you say we're going to be over budget, do you have any projected numbers that we can kind of brace ourselves for, per se?
Well, looking at what it did at the first time at about $360,000 for the total scope, just the base bid scope in the first round, I'd say it's probably going to end up around that total cost, but some of that cost will be in different places. By the county taking on the grading and excavation for the new egress, that will be a cost savings. It's just the fact that other costs have gone up since then. I don't know that you're going to see an additional savings by breaking it out. But it'll cost you less than it would to bid it all today.
Okay, so last question is, what is the completion date that you all are thinking?
Right now, the goal is on the HVAC scope itself, and I would have to pull out the documents and see when that was. It seems like we were looking at December to get everything through final completion. They'll get stuff up and running in phases on the heating and cooling.
Okay, thank you very much for being here tonight.
Not a problem.
Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge, and Mr. Rossi, thank you so much for being on with us tonight. I wanted to ask a couple of questions in follow-up to what Squire Muller asked, but I'll stick with the HVAC, I guess, to start. Is this a replacement for the existing HVAC, or are we upgrading for the facility?
This is a replacement
for capacity.
Okay, this is a replacement of a failed system. The system in the building has failed. It is in another way an upgrade because it's a change in system type, but that's because the system type is currently a large steam boiler, and it's not the current technology used.
Sure, it's not like to like, I understand.
Right.
I was trying to figure out if it was really an upgrade because we needed more capacity, because there may be more walls and that type of things in the facility.
No, this is really because your system has failed.
Okay. Yeah, we had heard from our maintenance director that for quite some time. So certainly it's good as a resounding yes to continue to hear that same thing.
Yeah. You had a commercial system in there, and this is moving more to residential that can be easily serviced in the future.
Okay. Do you know if this includes rewiring of the entire facility for the HVAC, or is it?
It does not.
It does not. Okay.
No, the electrical in this is because the electrical service in the building couldn't handle the capacity of the new system. And so we are providing a single phase electrical service separate from the existing 3-phase and serving the units with that.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm trying to make notes about the single phase, going to single phase from the 3-phase.
We still have 3-phase in the building, and
Uh-huh.
some of the units will be on that. We're going to move some of it's complex. Some of the things in the building were already stepped down from 3-phase to single phase. And so those things will be actually served by the new single phase, allowing us to use the 3-phase to serve the HVAC system. You just didn't have enough total capacity.
Okay.
And we found it was less expensive to bring in a single phase and reconnect some of the panels to it that are serving single phase pieces of the building.
That makes sense.
That's-
It does. It actually does make sense. I mean,
Yeah,
if
the
we-
concept does. It's just complex.
yeah, you're exactly right. The concept, it sure does. And in noting this, it looks like this single expenditure is going to represent 69% of the combined, I guess, really allocation between the city and the county to cover this renovation of the property. And so I think we bought some window air conditioning units before, and I don't know who this question goes to, probably not Mr. Aussie, because as he responded earlier, this project's going to most certainly be over budget. But of the remaining $200,000 allotment that was combined between the city and county, how much has been expended so far? I don't know who has that kind of information.
Mr. Hewitt, do you know that?
No funds have been expended at this time.
None. So this is the first expenditure toward this renovation. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
None so far. All right. And then what renovations, I guess, remain necessary? And this is where it kind of links up with what Squire Muller asked. What additional renovations remain necessary? And then you had indicated I guess the delivery date of the property remains in December of 2021. So it's kind of a twofold question.
This is the HVAC schedule that we were discussing earlier. The other pieces that have to happen in order to make this a shelter is we have to have a second egress from the main space, which requires excavation since it's below grade in that area. We have to have a shower and bathroom that are handicapped accessible. You have to have accessible door hardware throughout, and there will be emergency and egress lighting that's required. That's the bulk of the work. There are several little things in addition to that, but the most expensive piece of that, the excavation outside, the county is going to work with their own crews to do, but the bathroom will require tearing up existing floor slabs to tie in the plumbing and then putting that back and putting in the new finishes. And honestly, a handicapped accessible shower has a couple $1,000s worth of grab bars and seats and things in addition to the plumbing. So you have to understand that with commercial projects that are meeting handicapped accessibility code, that's really where a lot of this stuff is falling in. Okay.
Yes, that's helpful. And you did indicate that it appears that the scheduled property delivery date will be somewhere in December of 2021. Is that correct?
Sorry. I'd said that off the top of my head. I would have to go back through the specifications to verify when the substantial completion date is. I don't have all the specs here with me.
I think that's a hopeful statement, and we're all hopeful for that as well.
And that's for the HVAC portion. But until it's approved, I don't even have a schedule from the contractor on how soon they can get equipment. And that's going to be a big part of this.
Okay. So, and this is just a general question for the group. How can we schedule continuous updates on the property? I mean, can we just maybe once a month, can we get an update on kind of the status of the property just to help us? Nothing more than just a status of where we are in trying to meet the scheduled delivery date.
That doesn't have to be from Mr. Aussie. That can be from us.
Correct.
Yeah,
Yes, that's exactly how I offered it. It could be from us. Yes, sir.
And you can see that Mr. Aussie this is our first major expenditure, our first expenditure. And so this is update number 1. Update number 2 will probably come hopefully in the near future with proposed expenditure number 2. And then we can continue to update on where we are with the HVAC, as well as how we move forward with with the second phase of the project.
Judge, this is the treasurer, Susan, if I may.
Yes.
I do not have a,
Sound.
Can't hear you, Susan.
I don't have a complete report in front of me, but we have charged a few, I think minor items to that line item. I think there were some window units off the top of my head.
You're
and
right.
maybe some other little other controls. So we have made some expenditures towards that building that I think would count towards the shared cost of the improvements. But looking at the budget, it looks like there's about 7,000 and another 4,000 in encumbrance. I'm not exactly sure. I don't have the detail in front of me to know what all that is. So I can report back to the court on that project.
I would appreciate that, Madam Treasurer, because I do recall, because I asked our maintenance director about the window units, if we could reapply those to other purposes across.
That's right. You were correct in a previous court expenditure.
Yes, ma'am. I try not to say that, but yes. That,
but that's not
you.
for Robert to necessarily be completely
Absolutely.
aware of. He's looking at the big picture. Thank you, Robert, for that.
Yes.
Absolutely. Thank you all very much.
And
Appreciate
Judge Wells,
it.
if I could, it would be nice if those improvements that were done, the window units and such, if that could come out of a maintenance line item as opposed to the construction budget, because those window units will not be part of this project at all. So I'd like to keep as much money in the project budget as possible. We need every penny.
Okay, well, tomorrow we'll work with Susan on that and Jeremy. And
Well, there is no maintenance budget. So
right.
there.
And that's why I asked the question at the time I asked it, why are we charging it to this price when we're going to utilize those air conditioners for long-term for the benefit of all of government?
We're talking about Jeremy's budget is what Robert is talking about. Isn't that correct, Robert? Yes. We're talking about Jeremy's budget. So Susan, we'll talk about that tomorrow. Squire Blackburn.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I see this bid was 137. We've agreed to commit up to 100,000. Was this a joint bid with the city?
No.
So if we vote on this today, we're saying we're going to spend 137,000.
No. Robert, go ahead and explain that process.
And one final thing, I miss Don Sturgeon, and one of his best sayings that always sticks with me is, what's the bottom line? What's it going to cost? Where are we at?
Okay, go ahead, Robert.
So this was a county advertisement for bids, no city involvement in it. Their involvement is purely financial on the construction side of it. They will be doing the inspections, but otherwise, in terms of the project, it's a county project with financial assistance by the city. But I do keep the city advised. I did tell them, about, the bids coming in high the first time. I told them about no bids on the August 1st or second bid opening. So I keep them up to speed. But yeah, this was just a county project. And in terms of the bottom line, Mr. Aussie has provided me with his estimate for what we're calling the second bid package, which is the remainder of the work that he described earlier. I would like to say quickly before I relay that information to you, the project for the HVAC and electric will be a permanent fixture to the facility, and it was bid in accordance with Mr. Aussie's design. Okay, so we're not going to have to redo anything when we go to the second bid package, which, as he said, was the first floor bathroom, second egress, door hardware, emergency lighting, and so he estimates that to fall in roughly in the range of perhaps an additional $180,000 on up to over 200.
Does that include paint on the walls, flooring, ready to go? Here's the keys.
Well, sir, we
No.
took the flooring out. Yeah, we took the flooring out to save construction costs, project costs. The only painting, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Aussie, the painting in the project is for new drywall, if there's any, because that has to be covered. And there will be epoxy on the walls in the shower. So those will be,
Yes.
is that correct? Did I miss anything?
Yes, we planned on you guys doing any additional painting that needs to happen as you would as a landlord. But we were painting the new spaces, which is going to be the bathroom, the new door frame that has to go in with that condition. And that room is getting new flooring because all of it gets cut up. And so it has to have ceramic tile in the bathroom. Beyond that, they'll patch tile back where it is if they have to cut an additional trench to tie in any plumbing. And the city or the county had said, we can clean and wax the tile if we need to. We would do that as a landlord anyway. So we didn't have additional flooring in there.
So I guess I'm looking for a total number, Robert. Do we know what it's going to cost? And my thing with talking about the city earlier, if we approve this bid for 137,000, are we going to pay 50% of that and they agree to the other? Or are we going to pay 100,000 and they pay the 37, and then we have this next bid come in and we're tapped out, and we have to make amendments to this to make it happen? I just
let me answer that, Robert. First of all, the 100,000 that the city gave, they gave it with the understanding that the county would be the conduit, and we would send them half of each bill. So whatever that half is, up to that 100,000. We did not. We came into this thinking that it was going to be close to 200,000 to get done what we needed. But it has exceeded that. We're doing everything we can. That what Mr. Ossie just told you, we are looking at doing some of the work from a road department, digging out what can be done. The road department laying the sidewalks and the pad for the units. Jeremy coming in and doing some of the work too, in cutting out the drywall. So there's a lot of what I have instructed Robert and Jeremy to do to go through what Mr. Ossie is saying needs to be done, and come back and look and see what we can do in-house to bring that cost down. So that has been very clear that that's been the intent. Don't know yet how much it's going to be an additional cost, but I have let the mayor know that it has exceeded budget, and that we'll come back and we'll see what they can do to help as well. So right now, I can't tell you where it is or whatever. And so we're not going by exactly what Mr. Ossie is saying. We're going to go by what we see as the real cost based on what we do in-house to try to lower the cost. Because I don't want to come back to you 2 times or 3 more times. I want to come back to you and the city 1 more time to see what we can do to pay for it. Now, I will remind you that ARPA funds are eligible for this. So, and our COVID funds were eligible and are eligible as well, but our ARPA funds are eligible for this project as well. Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate the update. Just curious, I know all the things that our employees are doing, road department, maintenance, Robert, that all adds up too. That's probably a bigger number than we imagine. Have we talked to the city about helping with some of those projects? Since this is a 50-50 split, kind of a community project. I know, they've offered 100,000 or half, but all the other things we're doing, I think would add up if somebody sat down and put pencil to paper. So I'm just curious if we can maybe reach out to the city and see if some of their employees could help with some of these in-kind projects. So just a thought.
We have, Squire. We've talked about that, but the city reminds us, not that they won't help, and they will, that it is our building, and this is so it's still our building, And if we were to sell it, that the monies would come back to us. So we've got to, we have to consider that. I brought that up, but they have without question said, if you need help, we'll help you.
All right, thank you, Judge.
Squire Blackburn?
Haven't we already agreed on a sell price to the for that building?
Yeah, but we got to take care of our bargain first. We got to get those monies to get that done first. Our part of it.
I'm just amazed that I've built stuff for 30 years. I've remodeled all this summer. I've been working in I built bathrooms this summer. I've done a lot to the property I've got, and I've never been 100% over budget ever. So I think the next time we step into the realm of trying to do something, we get somebody at the table that can do some good estimating. And that's all I've got to say on that.
Mr. Tracy, Squire Tracy.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Ossie or Robert, either one, is there any work being bid and or performed that is over and above what the court was originally presented and or agreed to? It sounds like there's some things being done now that has came up after the fact.
I can speak to part of that. My job was to make sure that you did work that was code compliant. And I don't think anybody had considered door hardware being a code issue. There was not an understanding at the time that we started this if we would need to sprinkle the building or not. We found a way around that because one way through the code, you would have to put in a fire suppression system, but by going through the code in other ways and fire separating the first and second floor, which is easy to do because it's already a concrete deck, we didn't have to put fire suppression in. So it's been a much more thorough process since it was a concept. And yes, some things have changed. In order to meet the building code, we were able to calculate occupancy and we need a second egress. That wasn't unknown for sure when we were going in. So yes, scope has expanded and scope has contracted. But the end goal of being able to make this first floor an occupiable shelter space is what we've been shooting for.
Okay. I know originally we were told that the upstairs would be administrative offices. Are there any living quarters going to be upstairs, or was that?
Not as part of this scope. We did an alternate on the first bid. It was just an alternate to divide the first floor into two halves, one for office, one for a short-term residential shelter when they have people come in at 2 a.m. because they've had to leave an extreme situation. And, one adult with the kids comes in. That we're not doing that at this point. We had a number for that. It was a part of the $110,000 of alternates that you didn't accept on the first round. That also included putting in handicapped accessible bathrooms upstairs and accessible door hardware upstairs. But that's not part of the scope of what we're doing. They have those plans available to them in the future if they choose to do that work.
And that would be on them. Is that what you're saying?
Unless you guys decide that you get a huge windfall and you want to help the shelter some more,
right?
Then, that's not part of what we're looking at right now.
Okay.
We're looking at the first floor.
Okay. The original project that was presented.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. They already have an office upstairs. It just doesn't currently have working air conditioning other than the window units that are tempering them in until this happens. So it's whole building HVAC. And then there is a tie-in, the fire alarm system that's going in as part of the HVAC system. We've got fire alarm going in. And that does have some detectors on the second floor. So if there's a fire in the office, they know to get out.
Okay. Thank you so much. Yes, sir.
Not a problem.
Anyone else? All right, let's move on. Thank you, Mr. Rossi. We appreciate you being on tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
The next item is authorization to hire Jason Watson or to hire a part-time staff planner at planning and zoning. We were fortunate enough to find a gentleman that is retired and has good experience working with the state, and we're excited about having him come on and start to work to help our staff, all of our staff in planning and zoning. Mr. Hewitt, I'll let you continue on.
Thank you, Judge. The position of a part-time staff planner was approved by the court on June the 30th of this year. An advertisement was sent out to the State Journal, Indeed.com, the Franklin County Fiscal Court website, our Facebook page, and also the Kentucky chapter of the American Association's website. And we received a variety of applications, and we conducted interviews. The interview committee consisted of Judge Wells, Deputy Judge Harrod, Human Resources Director Ms. Rednauer, and myself. As your agenda abstract reads, we had 10 applications, but we interviewed 2 that were qualified. The candidate does satisfy the education requirements and qualifications of the job description, and the committee is recommending Mr. Watson for the position at a starting pay of $20.50 an hour. Since this is part-time, there will be no benefits associated with this employment if approved by the court. Your packet includes your prior approval for this position, the gentleman's resume, his application, and the background check. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Squire Moore?
Didn't his application say he was still employed?
No, sir, he retired from the transportation cabinet. Or, I mean, it may have, but he's retired.
Okay.
I think he was still
Actually, I can answer that. This is Betty Jo. He retired in 2018, but he came out of retirement, went to work back to the state, and now he wants to go part-time, and he wants to officially retire and just work part-time. So yes, you will see on his application, he's presently working at the state, but he wants to go back to part-time now.
Okay, so it wouldn't affect us because he's part-time.
Correct. No, sir. He's going to resign currently his full-time position at the state and work part-time for us, hopefully.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Squire Muller?
Thank you, Judge. Hey, Robert, quick question. Refresh my memory. How many hours will this individual be working per week?
Betty, would you answer that?
Yes, they can't work no more than 23 hours a week per KRS. So no more than 99 hours a month. So that would be like the most he or she or he would be able to work would be 3 days a week.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Okay, Mr. Hewitt, another hire. It's great to see that we have got a gentleman that has gone out and gotten his license and wants to work part-time as well. So let's talk about Mr. Becknell.
All right, so this is for the hiring of a part-time building inspector. This was advertised in the State Journal newspaper, Indeed.com, the Fiscal Court website, and Facebook. There were 6 applications received, and based on the qualifications of those applicants, 1 was interviewed. The interview committee consisted of Judge Wells, Deputy Judge Harrod, Human Resources Director Rednauer, myself, and the Chief Building Official, Mr. Owens. The candidate has 20 years of construction experience and at the time was enrolled in the certification program, but has since obtained his certifications for both 1 and 2 family dwelling and the residential mechanical. So he meets the qualifications. The interview committee recommends Mr. Becknell at a starting pay of $21 an hour. Since this is a part-time position, there will be no benefits to the employee. And in your package included is the application, his inspector certifications, and the background check provided by Human Resources. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, we're excited to have an inspector. Squire Tracy.
Thank you, Judge. Robert, quick question. Does the applicant and does he have a lot of experience with inspections?
Well, no, he's a brand new inspector. You can see he just got his certifications, but he's worked for Gray Construction. He's their site superintendent. He's been with them for many years, as you can see in his application. So as a site inspector or site superintendent, for Gray Construction on large projects, he's very familiar with construction and the inspection requirements and things of that nature. So we find that he is qualified, and we think he'll do an excellent job, and we're really looking forward to having him. We continue to stay busy, and we think he'll do a fabulous job for us. So
I noticed the date of issue, so I was just wondering, kind of seeing what made him stick out over the other applicants. So
yeah, well,
I understand.
Yeah, he was in the program, and so those aren't easy tests to pass either. I'll say he did a fabulous job. So
okay, all right, and Robert, you have one more.
Okay, so this relates to the Franklin County Comprehensive Plan, the rewrite. So as everyone's aware, we're in this process. The Planning Commission submitted an RFP. We had only one firm submit. That was McBride Dale Clarion. The Planning Commission established a working group of Planning Commission Chairman Jackson, Mayor Wilkerson, Judge Wells, along with both myself and Mr. Cockley as the directors of both planning departments. So the committee agreed to pursue contract negotiations with this single firm. We had a couple meetings with the firm. We were able to work with the scope of the project as well as their fee. Based on that, the staff presented the consultant to the Planning Commission, who they agreed to enter into a contract with them. So this is the money ask, if you will, from the fiscal court to be a participant in the funding to pay the consultant. So the funding sources would come from the Planning Commission, the City of Frankfort, and the fiscal court. In my budget, there is a placeholder for the comprehensive plan update at $25,000. We just put that in there, not knowing how much this would come in at. So I've included the scope of work and the budget from the consultant in your packet. The committee and the directors recommend approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, Robert, I don't see any questions, so thank you. And Squire Blackburn, I believe you're serving on that committee, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I am. I believe the negotiation, though, was left up to staff. I don't believe the steering committee dealt with that. On the financial impact, it says 136,000 each, or is that going to be split?
Each.
Okay. Robert, I mean, you'll know because you were there, you're part of the steering committee. I took issue and voted no because we only had one firm turn a bid in, and it was a narrow vote. And I'm not against this firm by no means. They might be the best firm if we had 20, but I do feel that, the plan we have already is a great plan. it was developed with a lot of input, a lot of folks, and I think that's the direction we're going now. That's the scope of what we're going to do. But I also feel that our zoning and codes need to be updated. They haven't been updated ever to my knowledge. I know there's a lot of communities around the United States that are going to form code. And this is something that, we just got a letter the other day. It just reinforces, that letter kind of reinforced what I was already thinking and planning in my head. How do you feel about updating the codes to a form type code?
Well, my concern with form-based code is it does not separate land uses. It is solely focused on aesthetics of the site, the structure, and not of uses. I receive a lot of concerns and complaints about an activity that occurs on a next door property. Euclidean zoning separates uses to minimize incompatibility. That's what, much like you're familiar with the Hanley Lane residents, they will ensure that the industrial park does not encroach or inhibit their peaceful setting as a residence. Form-based codes are more of an urban style development. It talks a lot about walkability and moving buildings closer to the front so you can, interact more so with people in the buildings and on the street and on porches. I'm concerned that if we go away from separating land uses, that there could potentially be conflict. Our current regulations that are the closest to what would be a form-based type code are known as planned unit developments. All right. And in my opinion, developers don't take advantage of those provisions in our regs because that's almost identical to what a form-based code is. It allows a mixture of uses. It allows continuity in the style of development. Sometimes it even gives you increased density, but for some reason, it just doesn't seem to be attractive. And I don't know why. I encourage planned unit developments. I live in a subdivision that was originally a planned development. And so there's, in the front of my neighborhood, there's a convenience store, there's a bank, that's my doctor's office, there's accounting office. I mean, I love it. I don't have to leave my neighborhood, but still the commercial and the office are separate from the residences. There is a transition of commercial, multifamily, single family detached. And so that's a very typical Euclidean zoning. If you throw everything in together in a pretty building, I'm concerned that there might be some incompatibility because and I know there are certain limitations on, it's not just a free for all of any use gets to go anywhere. I understand that. So that's the tricky part. How would a code be written so that it's as flexible as can be to provide the goods and services, for people in a given area, but yet we filter out things that aren't compatible. So it's tough, and I'm not used to that. I've not administered a form-based code before. Every jurisdiction I've ever worked for has been Euclidean zoning with planned developments. Okay. So it would be a huge transition to this community and a complete clean slate wiping away of what we had. And so, if you've ever been to Eaton or Easton up in Columbus, or you've been to Dublin, Ohio, those are all very planned areas that almost started from scratch, if you will. We have been going so long with the current code that we've got that it would take decades to be able to see the results of a new form-based code. Not saying it doesn't work. I just have some concerns about it. Hope that helps.
No, I totally understand, and I respect your opinion on it. It would have its challenges, but I think it also delineates the process of trying to figure out what to do. I know, we have pages and pages of conditional usage and things like that. I think instead of piecemealing things like a lot of it seems, and I don't want to, put that in a negative way towards you, but I think it would help developers know what they've got to work with instead of trying to take a piece of property and, after doing market and trade research, figuring out what they need and what the area has, finding a piece of property that fits it, that everybody's going to agree with. We have a lot of problems with that. And I just want to streamline our growth and have a plan that suits our whole community. And like you said, it would take years to see the results of it, but I think we would, it would be an expensive process to transition, but I think we would see immediate benefit in the way that things were developed. And I think it'd make your job easier, to be honest. But that's something I'd like to see. And I don't know, I would think if we did a little more research, if the public could look into it more, and maybe that's a job on my part to get some education and let some people understand that we are concerned. And I know you're concerned how things are developed and built, and how the use affects the community and the benefit to the whole community. A lot of people just see benefit to individuals, and they're not seeing how it benefits a community.
Right.
So I'm just trying to be a little progressive on that aspect of it. At the same time, making it work for everybody. I don't want to alienate anybody. I don't want these developers to think that Frankfurt's not open for business. I know that's what they're being told, but that's not what's happening. We just want everything to be planned and organized in a way that's mutually beneficial for the whole community.
That's very well said.
Squire and Mr. Hewitt, for those of us, and I admit it, who have no clue what you're talking about on form-based versus Euclidean design or other sophistry or magic, could you explain to the rest of the court and perhaps those who are listening, because it sounds like an intriguing idea. I mean, because number one, it sounds cool, but number two, what is that? What are you talking about proposing? I think, but it's fascinating to hear it, but I'm sure that there are others like me who are unfamiliar with that particular term or process.
So a form-based code is a type of zoning regulation that focuses on the built environment as opposed to the regulation of uses. I think that's the simplest way to put it. It leans heavy on design standards of buildings, streets, public spaces, and the like, as opposed to our current Euclidean zoning, in which everything is separated and placed in its own space, if you will. The form-based code, for the most part, wants things to be together so that you can provide goods and services without having to rely on automobiles as much and make it more of a community type space. Is that a fair definition, Squire?
It is in an urban sense, but also it delineates, we are the county, and there is a difference between the county and the city. You can also put use into it as well. The form of the building, that's the type of building it is, does have parameters, but you could have multiple types of uses in that building that wouldn't necessarily detract from how that structure serves the community. It's a lot more complicated than I want to get into tonight. I know we're 3 or 4 hours in, but it's something that's going to take time, and that we really need to I guess research to get people on board. I know some folks have talked with several people in the community. I've talked with people outside of our community. I travel a lot by car. I go to all these different communities, and I see the things they have that are wonderful and awesome, the things that we would like to have, I think, in Frankfurt. and how they go about it. What is their planning and zoning? What's their comprehensive plans in these communities? What aspects, I don't want to reinvent the wheel. I want to pick and pluck from people that have already done it and have been super successful at it. So I think it's something we could capitalize on if we could just get people on board to see the benefits of it.
Well, I appreciate you bringing that up, because I think, frankly, and I don't want to be distracting either, but the first step to get people on board is to inform what it actually is. And I think this is a great start. And I appreciate the court and the judge allowing me to drag this meeting out further to bring that first step out. And thank you, Squire Blackburn.
Judge Wells, one more thing. I just want to advise the court that, as I said earlier on an item we had on the agenda, the comprehensive plan helps guide the regulations, whether it be the zoning ordinance or the subdivision and development plan regulations. So Squire Blackburn is right on target. And I'll go ahead and say now that I think it's extremely important that the zoning code or regulations be reviewed and or amended to be consistent with how the comprehensive plan is updated. When I present text amendments to you all, whether it's based on an applicant's request or say it's new technology for wireless cell phone or whatever, telecommunications, it's more of a reactionary type thing. The zoning ordinance desperately needs to be reviewed, reconsidered, and potentially rewritten. It's not a small undertaking, but the comp plan needs to guide how that zoning code looks and feels. So I appreciate Squire Blackburn's interest in it, and I know I've heard from people in the community as well. Don't just do the comp plan, you've got to do other regs with it. And for that matter, we need to look at the subdivision regulations as well. There's things in there that need to be changed.
They're intrinsically connected, and we can't do one without the other.
Correct. Thank you. You're correct.
Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. And following up on that, and I appreciate Squire Blackburn bringing that up. And I did review the scope of work. Is modernizing the zoning code included as a deliverable? I did not see that. And if it is not, can we go back to this contractor? Because we've talked about how this is inextricably linked together, and have that included as part of the scope of work. And certainly we would have to look at changing the amount, because I'm sure there's quite a bit of work in that. So those are my two questions. Thank you very much.
Sure. So review or rewrite of the zoning ordinance was in their original scope of work. We asked them to remove that because we wanted to bring the cost down. We did discuss it at great length. Staff and the consultant discussed it at great length. We thought we had asked them to put it in as an optional service. I don't see it in this scope of work, but most definitely we can do a contract amendment if agreed upon to ask this consultant to work on updating the zoning regulation. So yes.
Squire Blackburn.
Robert, was there a I know you probably don't have a hard number in your head, but was there a roundabout number on that zone rewrite?
I can look it up real fast.
While our planning director is looking that up, if that tonight, when we take this item up, can that be a caveat of our vote, or are we voting specifically on the item that's on the agenda? I guess that's the question to Councilor Sparks, because as I hear more about this, and as I've tried to read as much as I could, and also hearing from our planning director saying it's long overdue and it's something we really need to do, I'd really like to take that advice. And if we're heading down this road anyway, and it was something that was considered, is it something that can be considered part of this evening? Counselor, can you help with that?
The only thing you're voting on as it stands right now is the resolution on the agenda today for approval. If you want to.
Can we amend that?
Well, you can, but frankly, I haven't heard enough details presented to be able to meaningfully amend it.
Yeah, we don't know what the cost is. And plus we've got to get the city to agree to it as well. So why don't we do this? Let's agree to pay that one part of it. And then we can add, and then we can instruct Robert to go back, if you haven't gotten the calls, to talk with the city and tell the city that the fiscal court is, and the Planning and Zoning Commission, the fiscal court is interested in pursuing the zoning update part of this contract.
Well, Judge, let me ask this. Could we table it in order for that conversation to be had, since we're going to meet in a couple of weeks anyway? Could we table this so that we could amend it in and go ahead and pass it the appropriate way the first time, rather than they go back and try to piecemeal this in at a later date? Thank you.
Well, I don't know about that. I guess this company is waiting on the approval to move forward with Plan A, and that is to update the comprehensive plan. And as part of that, you can show that there is interest from the fiscal court, and that if they go back and they look at the cost, and they can say, well, we can do that as well, and the city agrees to pay half of it, then I think that it wouldn't stop any progress on anything if we got that information on September the 24th or whatever it was, or in October, at our meeting in October, we could continue, we could amend we could say we want to add this as an amendment. Robert, is that what you see that working?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's not a problem at all.
I would caution the court, as you all have heard many things stated today that I've seen in this court as well as government practice generally. COVID's not the only thing contagious. There's this disease called mission creep. And you get into something really good and you think it's really cool, and you come up with price X because you know that it's sellable at price X, but what you're going to sell it for is X plus Y. Go ahead and do X plus Y and get it all on the table now, because that's what drives these costs up on every single project that this court deals with, from the courthouse I'm sitting here right now to the public safety building to the building up on Main Street. Figure out what the darn thing's going to cost at the start and stick with it, because you're going to engage in mission creep. And the next thing you know, I can give you examples, A through double Z. It will go up if you don't clearly delineate on the front end what you actually want to do. In this case, it's a different service, so it's a little bit more nuanced.
Yes.
But I'd caution the court, be very careful on this as well as any other project you're going on, because I've warned about mission creep. I've used that phrase on more than one occasion, and it's reared its head several times here tonight. And it's going to do it again. It's a very common practice, and it can be avoided. It can be avoided by being careful and compartmentalizing what you're doing, et cetera. I think that's a fascinating idea that Squire Blackbridge brought up. It ought to be explored. Anything that we can do to progress and move our community forward is a great idea, but they come with cost, and you have to delineate and identify costs for both budgeting, revenue, et cetera, and just urge caution on that kind of practice.
Squire Blackburn.
I totally agree with Counselor Sparks. We did recently readopt the comprehensive plan. Time's on our side on this. We don't need to rush anything. We need to make sure we know how many apples we got in the barrel before we put a price tag and pay it. So I'd recommend tabling it until we do meet with them, with the city, to see if they're interested in going that direction with us as well.
Well, I will tell you this, that is not on the agenda. I'm not saying we can't add it on the agenda, but that has never been, this joint meeting is not about what we do with the comprehensive plan. But I guess we can add that to it, but that has not been part of as part of the discussion of that agenda. I think it's probably best. First of all, I think I don't think we're mission creeping on anything. I think we've got two other entities. We got the Planning and Zoning Commission, which has to approve it. We have the City Commission that has to approve it, and we have us that has to approve it. So we are interested and it's great. Nobody's saying no. We're just saying we got to make sure that the other two entities are going to be interested before we commit to saying we're going to do this, and we don't have any cost. So all I'm saying is let's just have let's let Robert go back, have a discussion with the city, have this Robert and the city discussion with the planning and zoning, and then we'll get a clearer idea on what's going to cost, what it's going to take, and then the city will have the same information at the same time we have it. That's all
Sounds good to me. That sounds great.
Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. I think it's been a great conversation. Looking at this is probably one of the biggest things that this court's really working on is the whole comp plan. Think about all the issues we've had before us that has to do with all this. I personally, I'm not super excited that there was only one firm that, put their name in the hat. I'd like to see it thrown back out there. And it sounds to me like the whole RFP should probably be rewritten to what we exactly want them to do for us. And I don't like the idea of, knocking the numbers down just to get it through. That's just kind of where I'm at. It sounds like everybody's kind of voicing their opinion. So I just wanted to kind of let the court know. Thank you.
Well, so are you saying that the RFP wasn't written for what we wanted to do? Is that what you're saying, Squire Muller?
Well, I'm not saying that exactly, but it sounds like, our planning director said, we need to look at the zoning codes and other things that go hand in hand with it. So, I just want to make sure what we're asking is what we exactly need and what this community wants.
Okay, Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. And as I initially threw out on the table, and I think Squire Blackburn has agreed, I would really like to see this item tabled until we can have that conversation. Our planning director can go to his counterpart, that works with the city, can go back to the planning commission and possibly in short order because it's already been discussed. And it was one point, as he indicated, was removed. So I think it's on everyone's mind. And to pick up from Counselor Sparks, if we're all talking about it, let's do it right the first time. So I'm still in that boat of tabling this until we can all get on the same page. Thank you very much.
Judge Wells, could I have the opportunity to answer Squire Sebastian's question earlier? I believe it was hers about the first scope of work relating to the zoning ordinance.
Go ahead.
I believe that was Squire Sebastian. So that was listed as a optional activity. It was identified as a zoning diagnosis of how the comp plan conflicts with the existing zoning regs for both the city and the county. So we would need to talk to the consultant to see if that means a rewrite or is that just to identify areas that should be changed. That process was proposed as taking approximately 4 months, and depending on optional activities, it could run as up to at least $50,000.
Okay. So
it would be three trips to the community.
So the key part of that is that rewriting the zoning ordinance?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there's a lot of discussion needs to take place. And Robert, I'm feeling like that the majority of the court members want to hold off on paying the $136,750 to update the comprehensive plan until we get those questions answered. Can you get back with us as quickly as possible on that? Because we don't want to hold, the comprehensive plan is already going to take 15 months. And a year ago, everybody on this court was speaking, we got to do that. We got to update this comprehensive plan. We got to update. And now I don't want to delay it for months and months at a time here. Right?
Yes, sir. I can jump right on it. And I would like to advise the court that the city commission has already approved their portion of the funding.
That was my point all along. So whatever, if we would approve this amount, the comprehensive plan could start. We're not saying that you can't have an addendum to, as you said, it's a 4-month process. So it could go along with, or it could go during that 15-month interval. So that's when Councilor Sparks said mission creep. That's why I kind of disagreed that that's not what this would be. But it's neither here nor there. Let's, if that's what you want, we'll hold up paying our portion of the comprehensive plan, and we'll until we get some questions answered. Robert, do you understand what the questions are?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
The next is to reject the proposals relating to the broadband needs assessment and feasibility study for the unincorporated area of Franklin County. We've gone through several lengthy processes, and we see that we didn't get the kind of bids that we thought we were going to get, and we're seeing that we can get the information in a different route. So I'll let you speak to that. And Ann, you've been so instrumental in helping us with this, with broadband. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Court. And yes, I want to thank all the staff members who have been working on this topic. It's been a real group effort. As the judge said, we did receive 2 responses to our advertised bid for a feasibility study. One of those, the scope was a little bit different than what we had asked for, but unfortunately also the price was significantly higher than what had been authorized by the court. The second response that we received was actually from an ISP, or internet service provider, who was interested in the entire project. So what our advice is for us to reject these initial bids for a feasibility study, because this has also given us an advantage of time, which has allowed us to collect a lot more information, including information from the state, which has recently started to come out on how their ARPA funds that they have obligated for broadband are going to be handled. So I think information gathering and patience is going to pay off in the long run, and we will be coming back to you. We've been corresponding with some of our other counties who have been through this process, and they've been very generous with giving us a take on how their process went and giving us advice on what they saw during the process. This kind of project for a Kentucky county is so relatively new that there's a lot to learn about it. So I think in rejecting these initial 2 bids for a feasibility study is the correct step, and continuing to gather this information and have conversations with, since we were able to hear from one internet service provider in our community, have conversations letting all the internet service providers capable of providing fiber to the home to all of our county residents. We need to be able to let them also be aware that this project is going to be on our agenda. And so they all are aware of that now. And with the state administering their ARPA funds in the way that they've decided to, I think it'll give us a much more competitive bid process when we do get to that point.
This process is just very strange. It's to say the least. And so I have asked Bluegrass Ed to come. I believe it's going to be on our 24th agenda, to come and give an update on this process itself, to help also update, to show maps and information to our community. So our community is going to will get an update on how we're proceeding and moving forward as well. I think that will be very important to the squires that have the Squire Tracy and Squire Moore, who have areas that are hugely affected by the unserved and underserved part of broadband. And so an update is needed, but we really haven't had much information on how to update, but now we're kind of gathering it. It's kind of moving in fairly quickly, and because the state has sent out an RFP for ISPs, internet service providers, to apply to, and how are they going to use it in the community. So we'll get an update on the 24th, and it will help the community to know where we are and what is going to happen in the near future. Right, Ann?
That's correct.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Ann. Appreciate
You're
you.
welcome.
You've done a lot of great work. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ann? Yes. You want to take okay. We just got a little bit more to go. Squire, can we wait just, you got to go? Okay. All right. We're going, we'll take a 5-minute break here. We'll come back, and Chief will come back to you and talk about the Schweitzer Fire Station. So we're going to take a 5-minute break here. Yeah, we've gone for almost 3 hours, and we'll take a 5-minute break. Yeah, he knows. Okay. Chief, are you on?
I'm on, Judge.
Well, hey, welcome, Chief. All right, Chief, let's go to item 15, authorization to award a bid for a generator for the Schweitzer Fire Station.
Thank you, Judge. We're very pleased to be at the point we're at for the Schweitzer. It's been quite some time. The court approved in the budget for 2021 or 21-22 the replacement of the Schweitzer generator. We went to bid July 16th, and very pleased to have received 3 bids, which were all in compliance, and we are recommending the low bidder to receive the award.
Awesome. Okay. Chief Brewer, you got anything you want to say? And is this a gas or is this diesel or is this natural gas?
It's propane, Judge.
Propane, okay.
Yeah, it's a 80 kilowatt. Very pleased with the motor. It's a V8 Chevrolet motor, GM motor. So we think it's going to be a good one.
Okay. Chief Brewer, will it operate the whole, all the electrical for the building? Can you?
This one will be a single phase, so it will operate the electric for the building.
Yes, okay, that's what I was wondering, that it will operate everything in the building, yeah. Okay. All right, questions for the chiefs? All right, chiefs, we'll move on. Good to see you guys. Thanks for hanging with us. Okay, the next chief, we got you again. Chief Hutcherson, let's talk about an application for grant funds with the Kentucky American Water Program.
Yes, sir. Chief Brewer is going to handle this one if that's okay.
Chief Brewer.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Chief. Good evening, court. Hope everybody's doing okay tonight. The fire department is requesting authorization to apply for the Kentucky American Water Grant. This is an annual program we've used in the past. Been lucky enough to be successful on, and this year we're looking to request funding for a couple of portable foam systems to place on the apparatus. There's no match for this grant, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Explain again, portable phones. I'm sorry.
It's a portable foam system. It's a small foam proportioner. It's kind of set up, has 2.5 gallons of foam. It's great for small fuel spills where you have to suppress vapors or vehicle fires, or they'll mainly be placed if we're successful on apparatus that run the interstate. We run into a lot of issues with semis. Some of the cargo they carry, we have to use foam on from time to time. So these would be great for those applications.
I'm sorry, Chief Brewer. Both Tamara and I thought you said phones, portable phones. And that's why
no, it's firefighting foam system.
We got you. Foam. All right. Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. I guess this would go to Assistant Chief, and I appreciate you talking to us a little bit. One of the questions I had was, could you talk to us a little bit about the type of fire or hazardous material incidents that the foam, FOAM, portable foam system would be useful to address? Could you, you talked a little bit about the interstate. Could you talk to us a little bit more about that? And then I have maybe 2 or 3 other questions, similar.
Sure. There's 5 main types of classifications of fire. Class A is your ordinary combustibles, such as paper and wood. The Class B is your flammable liquids. The Class B foam is what we utilize, especially on Class B fires such as fuel. If you have a wreck on the interstate, you have to extricate a patient, or if there is a vehicle fire on the interstate and it's carrying hazardous cargo, this foam is used to suppress vapors or to extinguish fires, and more efficiently than water. Because if anybody's ever tried to put water on a gasoline fire, it usually doesn't work out very well. It takes special types of extinguishers to do that, and this foam will allow for that.
Thank you. Can you tell us a little bit about the portable systems? Are they refillable, and how does that happen? Because my presumption is it's a one-shot use, and then something has to happen to refill it.
Yes, we generally buy the foam in 5-gallon buckets. Each one of these systems, it's called a Pro Pack. It actually has a strap. You wear it on your shoulder. Our hose hooks up to it, and then it's got a proportioner built into it to adjust the proper ratio of foam and water. And it holds about 2.5. These hold about 2.5 gallons of foam, and then once they're expelled, then you would just refill them out of the 5-gallon bucket with foam.
And do you know what kind of lifespan the entire system has? Is this something that we will get the benefit of for the next 20 years, 10 years?
I don't know 100% of a definite life on. As long as it's functioning, it will continue to be worked. The main thing is, after every use, you would just have to clean it out, properly, rinse, the proportioner and rinse the hoses out. And then, there's no specific lifespan on them. Just as long as the equipment doesn't get broken, basically it will be good to use.
That's good. Now, and where are we going to locate these? Are they going to kind of travel around, or will we locate at Industrial Park and some other location?
Our main objective would be to locate these at Station 10 and Station 8. Those are two of the stations that do the most ring on the interstate, and they also both respond to the distilleries, which these foams, if you had a small spill or a small fire at a distillery, the Class B foam that we carry would be effective on an alcohol-based fire as well.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Squire Blackburn.
Assistant Chief Brewer, I know I've seen a lot of this lately on the news. There's a class action suit with firefighters and things over foam, the hazards of foam getting on them. Is this a different type of foam, or is this the foam that people are pursuing in that suit?
Class B foam does have some issues with it. That would be another great benefit to this system. It would allow us to use smaller portions of foam. Usually when we have to set up our other capabilities of flowing foam, it's at a much larger scale. So this would reduce the amount of wasted foam and amount of exposure to foam as well.
Awesome. Is it a air propellant? You just charge it with compressed air?
No, you actually, one of our hot fire hoses would hook to the back of the ProPack, and then as it goes through the proportioner, it's got a small hose with an aerator at the end of it that produces the finished foam.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? All right. Chief Brewer, thank you for the update and all the information about use of foam and everything else that was asked of you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Court.
Okay. The next item is authorization to approve a resolution relating to the 2021 Franklin County tax rates for real and personal property, aircraft, watercraft, non-commercial, and our 22 rates for motor vehicle and watercraft. Miss Susan, and you're on for several.
Yes, Court, we had a public hearing to address and hear concerns about the proposed rate. We did have one constituent voice an opinion and some input and recognize that this was a tax decrease and a tax rate decrease from last year. And from the last, we had 3 years in a row with the same tax rate. And this year we are having a decrease in the tax rate. And that constituent recognized that, made some other comments, as well as we had input from court, and I made some points, and the judge made some points that were basically recognized what a unique year this is with the tax situation. But basically the rate that's being proposed would be for a $100,000 home, it would be $185 for the county, which would be a $2 decrease. And it would also result in a decrease in the personal property tax rate for those that have tangible personal property.
Okay, any questions? All right, Susan, keep going.
The next item is a rate proposal for two special items. The bank deposit shares at which we do not have a specific assessment when that rate is set, but we are setting the rate at the state rate. And then for insurance capital, a unique type of state rate as well. And again, that had a very large assessment increase. Typically in tax rates, when the assessments go way up, the tax rate comes down, which was reflected here.
Okay, any questions on that? Squire Blackburn? You're muted, Squire Blackburn.
I'm sorry, Judge. Would this be considered like the compensating rate for those type tax?
The compensating rate is a calculation between real property and personal property. These types of valuations and property aren't real or tangible. They're well,
I understand
bank deposits and insurance capital. So
what I'm saying, will the assessment for this tax draw the same amount of revenue, or is it decreasing to show the rate that we got last year?
Well, the bank shares, we don't have the assessment for. So we accept the state rate every year, and I'm not sure that anyone accepts anything other than that rate, that flat rate, but basically you just adopt the tax. Insurance capital, this would actually generate less revenue than last year.
Okay, thank you.
Squire Booth?
Oh, I was wondering if the insurance capital is money set aside by insurance companies to pay out claims. Is that what that's for?
No, it's specifically related to life insurance companies. Tax on taxable capital of domestic life insurance companies in lieu of other taxes. KRS 136.320.
We only have one entity in town that it affects, I think. Isn't that right, Investors Heritage?
We only had one assessment, certified assessment. That's correct.
Huh. But the capital, what is the capital?
Well, I do have a copy of the statute. I could read in detail about it, but it's
I'll look it up. I'll look it up. Don't worry. I always
money in hand, shares of stocks, notes, bonds, accounts, other credits, exclusive, fair cash value of the company's intangible personal property exempt from taxation by law. So it's a substitution type of a tax, I guess, for other types of profits that might be assessed on regular companies.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you all for those questions. Let's move on now. Susan, to receive the let's talk about the ARPA interim report.
Yes, based on our status of population and the amount of award for the Federal Recovery Act funds, we had a deadline to make a report, the first report, interim report. Actually, I guess that applied to everyone, regardless of your status. Isn't that right, Ann? But we made that interim report filing deadline. And I have to say, anybody that was involved in this whole process, and out of 120 counties, take your pick, and other entities, the Department of Treasury did not make it easy. And we did get the report filed on time, and the next filing deadline will be October 31st, and we will meet that deadline as well. But I'm glad to say I was able to attend a fully masked and fully vaccinated the governor's local issues conference, and had some valuable information there. And I have been in constant contact with the fellow treasurers across the state, and as well as online with NACO for guidelines and continuing updates. And everyone is challenged by the regulations and compliance information that is dribbling out on this. And we're doing our best to comply and be as conservative as possible to be able to defend what we're doing, and to be, I guess, in a cohesive stance with the rest of the counties and how they're reporting as well.
Thank you. Thank you for getting it, all that information. It hadn't been easy, and Ann has helped you quite a bit, and it's
Yes, for sure.
it's been it's quite a process, isn't it?
I'm very thankful that Franklin County has a position dedicated to grants. It's a service to the community and professionalism.
Squire Tracy.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Susan. Susan, quick question. Can you touch on, I know at the end, at the back side of this, it talks about the estimated revenue loss. Can you touch on that part? Just to kind of let the viewers know, and us as well, where that number and how that number you got to?
The revenue loss calculation is a formula based on a calendar year and a fiscal year. So basically it takes you back, I call it BC, before COVID or pre-pandemic, so our fiscal year would be 2019. The formula is designed for the whole United States and for all the jurisdictions in the United States, and it's a uniform formula. So it has, for the application for Kentucky counties, our base year is as a fiscal year of 2019. And then there is a growth factor that's assumed that you would have had if you didn't have a pandemic. And then there's something called counterfactual revenue, which is the result of that application of that growth formula on your 2019 base year, and then compared to your actual revenue on a calendar year. And as you know, we're on a fiscal year, so you have to break it down into calendar year. So that's the gist of the formula, but there are only certain things that are included and a lot of things that are excluded. And all federal money is excluded. You have to identify the items there's other categories of revenue that are excluded. And again, in trying to have a uniform approach with statewide that's defensible with the numbers that we are projecting and that we are reporting, the counties have been well, the treasurers at least have been in a lot of contact with each other about what uniform chart of accounts revenue codes would be excluded based on our interpretation of the guidelines at this time. So we've made that approach. So all federal grants obviously would be excluded, even the federal pay for related to our jail contracts, and it all has been excluded based on our interpretation of those rules. So the conservative estimate for that first year is about $1.2 million. I think that was included in your packet of information. The format that we used was the one from the National Association of Counties, had a worksheet available, and also through the Government Finance Officers Association was involved with that. And that's the format that we used for our calculation. But no money has been obligated except for the premium pay, as was reported on the interim report. The first expenditure report will be with the October 31st report, and then maybe, I'm not sure what period after that.
Thank you.
Okay. Good question. And seeing no other questions, Susan, let's go to the treasurer's report.
Again, we just include our report at the point in time that the packets go out, so of receipts and expenditures. I don't really have anything specifically to highlight unless there's questions about any of the claims on tonight's court.
Okay. Payment of claims. Any questions on the payment of claims? All right. Let's move to other business. The First item is the joint city-county meeting will be held virtually on September the 16th from 4 to 6:30. You will be receiving an agenda and we're going to do it virtually. There will be a moderator, and his name is Tad Long, and he is actually from the Kentucky League of Cities. He will be moderating the meeting. Also, I want to ask you and I want to amend the agenda to have you consider providing eligible employees with an additional 40 hours of COVID leave due to the coronavirus related absences. Betty Jo, we are seeing numerous cases from our employees, and we have in place 40 hours, and many of those have already exceeded that. And so I'm asking for an additional 40 hours, which means up to 80 hours of paid COVID leave. And Betty, you can expand on the number that we have quarantined now, or the new cases, but whatever you want to give information to the court, and the court probably will want to ask you some questions too.
Okay, yes, Judge. First of all, I apologize for the late notice today that you all received this, and I asked the deputy judge to amend it. But I believe that it needed to be immediate attention from the court. I met with the judge and deputy judge, and they agreed also, because I have been receiving several calls from the employees in distress over, they have already exhausted their 40 hours that you all gave them the 1st of January. And we've had a lot of cases at the county, just like other employers have also. So I just we thought that would be a good idea. And also I contacted the elected officials, and they also agreed. They've been getting the same comments. So that's one reason we added under other business, the late notice. And the employees are greatly appreciated during this pandemic we're going through, unfortunately. And hopefully one of the days it'll be over.
Betty, these cases are not just non-vaccinated people, but they're also vaccinated people as well that are having to take time off.
Correct.
From family members or themselves, aren't they?
Correct. And out of 220 employees, I believe right now, 36 has exhausted the 40 hours that was given January of this year.
There's the Franklin County stats as of September the 1st. So it is very active in our community at this point in time. I don't know. We got to do the best we can, guys. And I know we have a great community when it comes to vaccines and people doing the right things, but this variant is very dangerous, very dangerous. Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. Betty Jo, who would be able to talk a little bit about our current protocols? Because I've noticed, like in vehicles, county employees riding together with no masks and things like that. I'm just curious what we have in place to try to keep our employees safe when they're working together.
I'll be more than happy to send that out to you guys. Actually, we've been discussing revising it just this week, because as you all know, every week we have new guidelines from the CDC and our local health department. So we had conversations with Judy and the director of the health department, emergency management this week. And but currently we have in place what's been in place for a while now, over a year, but we are revising that policy this week. So if it's okay, we can send that out once it's revised.
Yeah, That's good
Okay.
enough. Sure,
That,
absolutely.
that would be good. So I just think, kind of like we say in all of our meetings here, wear masks. And then
Yes.
to see employees in trucks together, not wearing masks, I think especially if we're going to, approve this, I think we need to get through this pandemic. So everyone needs to do their job,
Yes, I completely agree. And I will say that currently that is in place, that policy. If you are within 6 feet of an employee, you need to be wearing your mask. So if
Yeah.
employees are not doing that, I encourage you and I hope to goodness that, everyone is enforcing that, but that is currently in place right now.
Yeah, hopefully, maybe the department heads are hearing this because it was 2 or 3 different departments. So, yeah, we just need to get everybody over this, hopefully. Thank you, Betty Jo.
Yes, and also too, if anyone is not adhering by the policies, please let me know. And I will be more than happy to look into it because we are definitely want to keep everybody safe and healthy.
Yes, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's move to constitutional offices.
Hey,
department
Judge.
reports.
Judge,
Oh, I'm sorry.
you're fine. You're fine. I just, I wanted to circle back to a previous meeting in regards to the court reviewing the admin code and making changes. The information that I looked over stated review, and also that it also stated that no action would be taken. So I just wanted to, I said that I was going to go back and look. So I just wanted to make sure that I let you know that I did.
I'm not sure what he's talking about. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Squire Tracy. Explain what you're talking about again, please, sir.
Back when I believe there was a vehicle purchase that was over 20,000, and we were told that we had changed the administrative code when we reviewed it, but the information that I found stated that we just reviewed it and that no action would be taken.
That's correct. You're Squire, you're right pew, wrong church, sir. That was years ago when the matter was presented and the court declined to change that 2 or 3 years ago. So the code in question that you're referring to is the continuing, correct, the continuing code, and no action was taken. That's correct. That's the whole problem. It's still in place.
And I agreed with, right. And I agreed with you. Right. And there's right. As you stated, there's 2 parts. I'm sorry. The one review we just had, I was thinking the one back in June of 2021. Apologies, sir. The one that you were coming and talking about from back in the day, the court declined to change that. And I still think that needs to be adjusted and clarified. No disagreement there. Unfortunately, we're stuck with what it is. So we're on the same page, brother. Same page. Thank you.
Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. I have just a couple of things. Can anyone who went to the local issues conference give those of us who didn't have the benefit of going a brief update? And if there's material, maybe you could just send it outside of court. But is there anything in particular that those who weren't able to go need to hear, to benefit from? That's one. I have a couple more after this.
Well, being that we're 3.5 hours in, there was a lot of discussion about ARPA, and especially the making sure that we filed that the paperwork was filed as of on the 30 by noon, I believe on the 31st. We got that in. There was a lot of discussion in the lawyer section. Timber brought up, there was a major discussion about what constitutes a virtual meeting, and that as we saw Squire Booth get up and leave, then that actually was, it was discussed, and it did not, according to the lawyers that spoke about it, it said that if you lost feed or audio or visual, then you had to stop the meeting until on an elected official, a fiscal court member, elected official. It did not it said specifically, and I'm not trying to circumvent Counselor Sparks, but it did say that if you got up and went to the restroom, or you got up and you can, and it does not include that. Am I right, Tambra?
Yeah, I don't agree with that. And I'll tell you why. And I appreciate them interfering in my realm, and they need to stay in their lane. There's no way to distinguish for those watching whether or not you stand up or whether your feed was interrupted, and it's just inviting trouble. My practice has always been to avoid trouble. If you can, fight it. If you can't, deal with it on the other side. So I still stand that by my counsel, and I hope you all pay attention to it because you did the right thing on the recess. When in doubt, just take a recess, because I'd rather be hyper technical and be right than take the cheap shots and the easier rounds and the shortcuts and be wrong, because at the end of the day, that will affect your all's actions and could void those actions. It's not worth the shortcut. So when in doubt, just take a recess, just like you did. Totally appropriate.
Squire Moore?
So,
Squire Moore? Squire Moore, you're on mute. Squire Moore, you're on mute.
I hit it 5 times, Judge. I wanted to, would that include in the work session too? I guess it does, since that's when it happened. So just wanted to make that clear.
It said public
way-
meeting.
It's a question to you, Counselor.
I think so. From the moment the meeting is called and announced as a public meeting, from that point till it's recessed, that we're very blessed to have the luxury of being able to do remote work. And I'm just not inclined to make any advice that could potentially screw with that or put you all in a situation where your actions could be questioned. So I think, from the beginning to the end, it counts. And if you've got to step up, or for those who constitute the quorum, and because there's no way to know whether your screen froze or, whatever, that just like you just did, and it was just wonderfully played. Just ask for a recess, take a break, come back on it. Don't take the chance for your actions then to be questioned and say, well, there was a defect on an open meetings, which could result in your actions being voided. It's just not worth the risk.
And also to Sherry, I sent you I didn't send you a link, but I sent you a picture of a link that all the information was supposed to be on, but and I really didn't want to put this out there, but it was really probably the worst conference I ever went to, because the moderators could not answer your questions. They didn't know who to pass it on to. It was some of it was really good, some of it was not. So, but I did send you a picture of the address to get all the information that they put out.
thank you, Squire Moore. I'll look for that. Thank you. I'll look for that after the meeting, so I can kind of bone up.
All I did is text you a picture of it.
All right. Thank you, sir. Judge, is it okay if I ask the additional questions I have now?
Sure, I didn't know you had any. Sure.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to also share with everyone that members of Franklin County government have scheduled another cruise in for September 12th, 1 to 4 at Lakeview Park. It's been reserved for that purpose. And all proceeds will benefit the Franklin County Fire Department's toy drive. So, you can bring a brand new toy out there. We'll do everything, since it's outside, and we're going to do everything to separate folks continually. Should numbers get worse and we get advice from the county health department, certainly we've got a week to play with, but at this point that is still on, and all proceeds are going to benefit the Franklin County Fire Department's toy drive. I did want to ask if anyone had been reaching out to the jail for bleach. I know we've talked about it the last couple of meetings. I'm hoping folks are taking advantage of that and utilizing that, because they say that they can make it as fast as everybody can use it. So I'm hopeful we are doing that. And then the last question I have is, this follows up on Squire Tracy's comment about a vehicle, I think, that was purchased over the $20,000 limit. There used to be a Dodge Durango that was downtown. Where is that located now? I know I've parked in the parking lot when my leg was still working and I didn't see it there, so I thought I better ask.
It's in Jake's, it's been given to the jail. It's at Jake's.
It's at the jail.
Yes.
Thank you.
They needed a vehicle that that only needed to stay in town to move prisoners back and forth. And so that car was not safe to take out on the open road. So that's what they could use that. So that's what they're using it for.
Judge, can I touch on something?
Sure, go ahead.
Back to the video teleconferencing. I just want to make you all aware that our joint city county meeting will be hosted by the city and they will be using the GoToMeeting platform. And I know that's what we used in the beginning and we had some technical difficulties with connections with that. So just want to make you all aware that that is the platform that they plan to use. If you all decide that you want to come downtown to use some equipment here so that you have a hardwire connection, just let us know and Andrew can set up different stations. We've already kind of been talking about some different places that we can put everyone to keep them separate and to ensure that we have a continuous feed on GoToMeeting.
Okay.
I found GoToMeeting to be very internet heavy versus Zoom broadband wise. So if you are on a mobile device, et cetera, you can expect to see a greater battery drain as well as bandwidth.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to constitutional officers. Jake, I know I see you riding around. And by the way, no offense to Squire Tracy and Squire Muller, quite often you all are in your vehicles as we are having meetings. So that was brought up in by the lawyers that if your feed were to go out as you're driving, then we would have to recess and wait till your feed came back on, because lots of times driving, you're going to hit a spot that's dead or whatever. So I just want to make you cognizant of that. It wasn't not to be directed at you all, but there are times when you all are in your vehicles and on Zoom with us. Jake, I see you're in your vehicle, so hope
I am pulled over in a spot where it's got internet. I hope
that quorum, but we'll let you speak.
As we're talking about vehicles, Tamber asked me to get on and advise you all that in our budget this year, we had allotted a vehicle, and I did some research and checking on that vehicle, and we're ordering a Ford van that is 32 weeks out because of the chip location. I was able to, with the help of Tamber, to get a purchase order in last week. We do not have to pay for the vehicle until it comes in, but we were able to lock in 21 pricing for a 22 vehicle. I just wanted to let the court know that that vehicle's been ordered, but it's 32 weeks out because of the chip shortage.
Well, kudos to the deputy judge.
Thank you, Marty.
Squire Mahler.
I'm just curious. I mean, 32 weeks, that's a long, long time. I mean, is there not a reason we could find a demo or, one that's a year old or something?
We have to purchase on a state contract, Squire.
Oh.
And
Okay.
to be honest, this is my first vehicle we've purchased. Tamber's helped us out a lot. But we were able to save some money. The vehicle's $25,750 and the cage is $1,200. So we're well within under our budget of $30,000 for the vehicle. So we saved some money by going on and getting it ordered.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's going to take almost a year to get it, 3/4 of a year to get it, isn't it? Yeah. All right. Anything else? Are there any other constitutional officers report or department heads?
Judge, I'd like to make a brief report if I can, if it won't delay further. I wanted to catch the court up to some things that, and it's no secret that I've greatly supported masks, vaccinations, et cetera. And our judges over here on this side of the street have also been extremely supportive and conscientious of the risks that come with public court appearances, in-person court, et cetera. In the last couple of weeks, with the coordination of Ms. Mattingly at the Health Department, Ms. Feldman, our Circuit Court Clerk, Judge Manjit, the other district and circuit judges, 2 weeks ago, they started a pilot vaccine program during the district court criminal motion hours. For those of you who have never had to sit through the district court motion hours, it's probably on a day-to-day, week-to-day basis, it's one of the largest assemblies of the public probably in the county. And 2 weeks ago, they did a pilot one, and lucky enough, we're able to vaccinate 4 individuals, courtesy of the health department. They coordinated it down here, which is great. This week, we did it again this morning and got 10 folks vaccinated who are otherwise appearing on traffic matters. I was frankly very impressed with 10. I was hoping it would have been 300 because we had 300 cases on today, all total. But I wanted just to share my respect and admiration and appreciation for the judiciary and the members of the court system over here, in coordination with Ms. Mattingly at the health department, to make those available for those who want it. If you've been keeping track of the numbers, Kentucky's had over 10,000 cases in the last 2 days alone. I personally know individuals who've been hospitalized, vaccinated, some have been crossed over. And as I frequently said, now's not the time to slack it off. So I just wanted to let the court know that we had those opportunities, and we're hopeful that we'll be able to coordinate that on some of the larger docket days for those cases that we still have in-person appearances on. And right now, subject to orders of the Supremes, we'll still continue in person with the option to do things remotely. But it does give folks a chance who otherwise would not be out or know where to go, et cetera, the opportunity to get the COVID vaccine for protection of themselves as well as others. And I think that dovetails nicely with the court's recognition that COVID's not only affecting people with COVID, it's also affecting their families, et cetera, when they have to quarantine and it spreads within a family. There are also some upcoming vaccination opportunities, and I think Andrew has a slide on it or a screenshot if he wants to share with the public. Some community members are trying, I guess, to think outside the box by offering incentives, et cetera. I know Da Vinci's Pizza is getting ready to do some. You'll see that there. Hopefully we can publicize that on the county website or maybe Twitter. But there are plenty of opportunities, and this community has really rose to the occasion in terms of seeking out and obtaining the COVID vaccine, as evidenced by the fact that routinely we've been the number 1, number 2 county in the state for percentages of population to be vaccinated. There's no reason or lack of opportunity to get a vaccine for those of you who are interested, people are interested. On the other hand, given recent FDA approval, et cetera, there's really no reason why some of the concern and hesitancy shouldn't have been eliminated. But there are opportunities. People are taking advantage of those opportunities, and I see folks today get their vaccine coming.
Councilor Sparks, you're cutting out. We can't hear you.
Yeah, you're freezing up.
Yeah, you're freezing.
Pause the meeting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he doesn't count. All right.
You tell him that.
Yeah, right.
You don't count.
There is another update that or just a FYI. Councilor Sparks, we're going to move on because you're not coming through clearly at all. And if you could,
not the first time, but
go ahead.
Just everybody get their vaccine. There's plenty of opportunity, and thanks to the judges over here for making that opportunity. But please, there are great opportunities to get your vaccine. I'm done. Thanks.
Okay. So that leads to, as that is said, that the booster shot, and I'm going to have Judy on and a couple of weeks out before in the near future to talk about booster shots. I'll bring her to the court, as well as we're going to put her on County Connections and get the information out to the public on who's eligible, who's not, and the process of it. So booster shots are coming, and we look forward to those. With that being said, let's move on now. If you would, change your paperwork to the voting session. And instead of taking a five-minute recess, since we had one just a moment ago, we will go right into the voting session. And so the transition goes like this. Thank you for watching, everyone. This is the Franklin County Fiscal Court video teleconference regular meeting, our voting session for September the 2nd, 2021. Clerk, will you call the roll?
Yes. Squire Sebastian,
Here.
Squire Blackburn,
Present.
Squire Muller,
Present.
Squire Tracy,
Here.
Squire Booth,
Present.
Squire Moore,
Can't hear you.
Here.
Judge Wells.
Here. Would you please stand for the pledge? Tonight's leader of the pledge is Nancy from Stewart Home School. Nancy, lead us in the pledge, please.
Hi, my name is Nancy and I'm from Stewart Home and School. I would like to take the opportunity to do the Pledge of Allegiance with you. Put your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you so much. Great job. Okay. The first item on the agenda is authorization for approval of minutes from our regular meeting of August the 12th, 2021.
So moved.
Squire Sebastian, did you get that? And
I got Squire Sebastian.
who's the second? Squire Booth. All right. Thank you, Squire Booth. All right. Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, the next item is authorization to renew with Humana as the county provider for health insurance for the calendar year 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, the next item is authorization to receive the Peaks Mill Water District's audit report for years ended December 31st, 2020 and 2019.
So move.
Second.
Move and seconded. Any discussion? Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. The next item is authorization to receive the Franklin County Conservation District's 2020, 2021 annual report and 2020 and 21 financial report.
So moved.
Move.
Second.
Okay. Did you get that?
Yes, sir.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. The next item is authorization to approve an agreement with the University of Kentucky to provide Franklin County Regional Jail with a care navigator for inmates with substance abuse services during and after incarceration.
So moved.
And seconded by Squire Booth, I think. Okay,
That's okay.
okay. Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Wonderful program. Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
I think it's time, and I vote yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. The next item is second reading and approval of an ordinance amending the Franklin County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 155, sections 155.085, table of permitted uses to include the land use of many warehouses, self-storage facilities as permitted use in the highway commercial zoning district, in section 155.089, noted special conditions to add noted special condition number 27.
So moved.
There's not a second? Second? I'll second.
Okay.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Judge, can I ask a point of order? Could I get Counselor Sparks just to make sure I understand the 3 or 2 items he quoted to us earlier when we make these considerations, since we have 3 of them coming up?
This is this is not Jones Lane. If that's
I
what-
understand, but we have 3 of them coming up in a row. I understand what we're voting on. I just want to make sure he recounts that one more time.
Sure.
Okay, you understand that that's only for zoning amendment that I was referring to, not the text amendment.
Okay, only zoning, not text. Okay.
Correct. It's only for the zoning classification. Was the law that I referenced, KRS 100.213. Though it won't be applicable to these, but I'll find it and pull it back up again if I don't lock up again.
All right, hang on to it because I'll ask for it again.
No doubt. I've got it, man.
All right.
We didn't get a second on that motion.
Well, I didn't think we've got any. Yes,
You did?
yes, I gave the second. Yes.
Oh, all right.
Squire Moore gave the motion, right, Squire?
Right.
Moore? Okay. All right, call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
I'm torn on this. I'll vote yes.
Squire Blackburn,
No.
Squire Muller,
No.
Squire Tracy,
No.
Squire Booth,
No.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, the motion fails. Okay, the next one is second reading and approval of an ordinance amending the Franklin County Code of Ordinances, chapter 155, section 155.085, table of permitted uses to include the land use of kayak and canoe water trailhead launch and pickup parking as a conditional use in the limited commercial zoning district, and section 155.146, section C as conditional uses to add a condition.
So
So
moved.
moved. A second.
Squire Moore and Squire Booth, call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
I would recuse myself.
okay. Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, the next reading is second reading and approval of an ordinance amending the table of special ordinances, section 1 zoning map changes of the Franklin County Code of Ordinances for a 10.01 acre property identified as PVA map number 051-00-00-08.01 located at 501 Jones Lane from rural residential district RR to agricultural district AG. And Mr. Sparks, would you please review what the statute says about turning down or not approving these type of ordinances?
Yes, sir. And please all holler if I break up or freeze again. As provided by KRS 100.213, before any map amendment is granted, the planning, well, in this case, the legislative body or fiscal court must find that the map amendment is in agreement with the adopted comprehensive plan, or in the absence of such a finding, that one or more of the following apply, and such finding must be recorded in minutes, etc. A, the existing zoning classification given to the property is inappropriate and the proposed zoning classification is appropriate. and/or that there have been major changes of an economic, physical, or social nature within the area involved, which were not anticipated in the adopted comprehensive plan and which have substantially altered the basic character of such area. Did y'all get that? Over.
All right, we need a motion.
So moved.
Okay. Is there a second? I'll second it. Okay, call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
I just want to say I appreciate the input of the court and the input of the staff. It was very, very important to the discussion that we had tonight, and I appreciate that discussion. But based on the information that was shared by council, which I appreciate him providing to draw us back to the point at hand, I'm a no on this.
Squire Blackburn,
I think the current zoning is appropriate and I vote no.
Squire Muller,
No.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
No.
Squire Moore,
Judge, I'd like to withdraw my motion.
Well, I'm sorry, what was your motion?
he made the motion.
I made the motion that I want to withdraw my motion.
You're going to withdraw your motion to approve
Yes.
for a,
So if you vote on this, somebody else is going to have to make the motion.
okay. So,
You don't have
Give
a,
you a timeout. Here, wait, I've got to interject this. Be mindful that the planning commission has already approved this. If you're voting it down, then that requires, as I said before, your own findings of fact to supersede that. The inquiry of the court has to be the same, but the planning commission already recommended it. That's why you all got and we've done this before, that's why you got the minutes and the staff report.
so is there a motion to approve amending the table of ordinances for section 1, zoning map changes for the Franklin County Code of Ordinances for a 10.01 acre property identified as PVA map number 051-00-00-008.01 located at 505 Jones Lane from rural residential district RR to agricultural district AG. Is there a motion? Okay, then this dies for lack of a motion and a second.
So what does that mean, Judge? Or Counselor, I'm sorry, Counselor. Before we move on, I just want to understand what that means.
If we don't act, it'll pass on there.
And Squire is correct. Squire Blackburn is correct.
So, I'll make a motion then.
But now remind you too, if you're going to deny it, you have to have your own findings of fact. That's why I kept going back to the
Yes,
statute.
sir. Yeah, I was pretty clear on mine, but if we want to spend that hour
Okay.
going back through it, I'm happy to do it. So I'll make the motion.
Let me read it
What
again
he's
so we
saying,
make sure
what
that
he's
we.
saying, Squire, is we have to have our own hearing, I think.
No, you just have to have your own
it's
findings
not.
of fact based on the
Okay.
record and the transcript. But you don't have your own findings of fact.
We
Nope.
can't enter
We
them
did
now.
that in the last meeting. We decided to have the transcript instead of a
That's
public hearing.
Correct.
I asked for a public hearing.
Okay, so let me go back. I probably don't have to, but I'm going to just to make sure that we are following procedure. This is a second reading and approval of an ordinance amending the table of special ordinances, section 1, zoning map changes of the Franklin County Code of Ordinances for a 10.01 acre property identified as PVA map number 051-00-00-008.01, located at 505 Jones Lane, from Rural Residential District RR to Agricultural District AG.
So is this appropriate to ask a question of council? So, council, if you vote no on this and this votes down, it's going to pass anyway. How then do we enter findings of fact tonight to be able to vote on this?
The same way that you did the last time after that public hearing, you would have to vote and approve on whatever findings of fact you come up with based on the transcript and the proof.
So rather
That's why I
than
keep going back to
have
those
this,
standards.
yes, sir, I understand and I appreciate, which is why I asked earlier. So can we move at this point then to have the public hearing? Because I think it was the judge's recommendation, which was taken, and perhaps with mine and Squire Booth as well, where we said we wanted the transcript. Based on that, we could move forward with having the public hearing. So if we can amend this to say we would rather have a public hearing, I don't know how we proceed to vote this up or down, because that's going to cause an action that may not require the public hearing. I don't know how to proceed, I guess, council.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, let me back it up and try to get us back on the highway. The court properly determined that they wanted to review the transcript and the staff report in anticipation perhaps of contrary findings of fact if you went a different way. Nobody is, and I think that's the proper step. If you still feel, notwithstanding time frame running, that additional evidence is required, that's the purpose of the public hearing. You can come up with findings of fact based on the record as presented to you. There have been no contrary findings of fact, however.
So
if
at this,
the necessity of a public hearing, well, pardon me, let me finish, and I'll be brief. I'll try to be brief. There have been no contrary findings of fact consistent with 100-213 to overturn the finding or the legislative findings of the planning and zoning. If you want to supplement the record for additional facts, that's the purpose of the public hearing.
so can we how do we proceed in that direction? Because I feel that I have offered a variety of things this evening on each of the goals that again get back to the map that were referenced by the staff notes. So I would like to advocate for that path, but I don't know how to appropriately do it to stay within the confines of this meeting and what is on the agenda.
So I understand, Squire, that what you're suggesting that you want to propose are findings of fact based on the record as it's developed right now. Is that correct?
Actually, no, because I think that there are individuals who may want to be heard.
Yes,
Okay,
that was my,
Okay, I will not.
that's why I wanted the public hearing.
I will not render a comment relative to the transcript, but if the court is of the opinion, and Mr. Hewitt will have to correct me on the time frame, that additional facts, that is additional proof, needs to be made to supplement the record, that necessitates a public hearing, but your time is running.
Yes, sir.
That
I
would
understand.
necessitate tabling the motion. It's still live for approval or not, and then we're back at the Duncan Road situation.
So, but no motion's been offered. So can we make a motion to table this in regard to having the public hearing?
I would have to defer to Madam Clerk as to whether or not there was in fact a motion made and whether it's been withdrawn. I wasn't keeping notes as to the procedure on terms of the parliamentary aspects.
Squire Moore withdrew his motion.
So Madam Clerk, is it correct that there are no pending motions?
Did Sherry make a motion?
Squire Moore withdrew his motion when we got to his vote. So Squire Moore made the motion, Judge Wells seconded. Squire Sebastian Blackburn and Mueller voted no. Squire Tracy voted yes. Squire Booth voted no. And then Squire Moore at that point withdrew his motion. However, Squire Sebastian said she would make the motion.
Yeah, I did say I would make the motion predicated on hearing from council, but I will withdraw that based on council's comments.
Okay, and that's where we are.
Okay, so at present, there is no motion before the court for approval or second reading. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
That is correct, sir.
Then then a member of the body can move for leave to move the court for a public hearing at this point with no other pending motions on the table. And that would be to supplement the record.
And I would offer that.
And I say it's a big but.
Okay.
Well, it's big but, huge but, huge
Sorry.
but.
Sorry. Okay.
Mr. Hewitt, what's your time frame?
90 days from July the 8th.
What is the magic day? October something?
Well, July's got 31
October
days.
6th.
So
October 6th, wouldn't it?
that sounds close.
Okay,
I can verify tomorrow.
30 days.
Theoretically, you can get it in before the 24th meeting, notwithstanding the complexities involved with COVID. That's the real rub in this game too. Don't be,
Sure.
be mindful of the meeting issues, but okay. Well, so it's within the time frame. Okay. So,
Well,
or
if it's
in the alternative, okay, well, there's an alternative. There is the record in front of you. It just necessitates your own findings of fact, and that has not been done. That might be possible based on the record in front of you, but there's not been any contrary findings of fact presented or even discussed in terms of there's been this issue. The nuances and details of the findings of fact have been discussed, but not contrary findings of fact on the same record.
Couldn't the ones that are against this pick one of those numbers and say, based on this, there's been a change or whatever, and then say, we're against this, and they agree that this is the reason that they're against it?
No, motions don't work that way. They're either up or down. So there's your problem on that. Bless you.
Thank you.
No, I mean, basically you're at the Duncan Road situation and you don't have other facts or your own findings of fact. Even off the record, you don't have any findings of fact based on the same testimony.
I move that we table this motion.
Well, if you move to table it, we don't bring it back, then that means that it automatically passes.
If it doesn't within the time frame, that's correct, Judge.
So how do we make the appropriate motion for
Public hearing?
a public hearing, which was what Squire Booth has said all along?
Yeah, I think y'all did the right thing by trying to, make sure that it was necessary and you got all the proof. If you think it needs to be supplemented, then somebody can make a motion for a public hearing now.
I move that we have a public hearing regarding this matter. And the reason being that not everyone that it affects has had an adequate opportunity to comment.
Well, let me say this. At all of our public hearings, we've always limited the amount of time that people had to speak. We never said you couldn't speak, but your time will be limited. That's always been the case.
Well,
Some people didn't speak.
some people didn't speak because they didn't know.
Okay, okay.
I'll second the motion if it's appropriate at this time.
We've lost her video feed.
We lost your video.
There you are.
There you are.
Should be here. I'm sorry. I'm seconding the motion if it's appropriate at this time. I'm not sure if we're at that state.
Okay, we've got a motion in a second to have a public hearing. Okay, and it has to be done by October the 6th, and we'll do our best to get it in as soon as we can. And after the public hearing, we'll have to have a fiscal court meeting to go for a motion based on this finding of fact, right?
Yes, Judge, it needs to be done before September 24th meeting, probably, unless you're gonna have a special meeting.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. So remember that first week of October is fall break week too. Many people are already scheduled to be out. So,
And when we tried to schedule the joint city county meeting, there were a lot of dates that were not available.
okay, so you guys, when you vote for this, you're gonna have to be available in the next 2 weeks to get this done.
So the will of the court must be obeyed.
That's exactly right. So part of the will of the court will be to come to a meeting when it's called.
Yes.
Once you have input from the court, there is going to be input from the court on calling the meeting date, correct? It won't just be arbitrarily chosen.
No, we'll send it out and say, we want to have it on this date. And then you could say whether you can or can't, but we'll give you 2 or 3 dates. But I think it's incumbent upon you to have to change your schedule to make sure if we have to have it on the agenda by the 24th of September, that means that we have to get moving and get announcement out to the general public to get the thing set up. So it's a matter of a quick response. Next week, we'll be sending something out first of the week. Well, now we're out on Monday, so it'll have to be on Tuesday. So time is limited. That's what I'm saying.
There's only 2 print editions of the State Journal, and the deadline because of Labor Day, will be a little different also. So
It'll be today. Yeah. I mean, it's closed now, so you can't do it. I used to schedule a lot of newspapers. And
So, but understand what you're talking about doing. The purpose of this public hearing, it's to supplement the record for additional testimony. Ultimately, the court decides the finding of fact. So remember what your purpose of a public hearing is to develop additional proof that you, for whatever reason, in your infinite wisdoms, believe should be developed.
findings of fact. Got it.
So we'll almost have to hold it the week of the 13th.
Yep. We have a meeting on the 16th, so I'm going to put it back on Tuesday, the 14th. It looks like we have ESG, but we can move that back and we'll have it at 5 o'clock on Tuesday, the 14th of September. And we'll get that information out. So check your calendars right now.
What
Five
time?
o'clock.
5 o'clock?
It will be a Zoom.
Judge, I was having my hair done that evening, but I'll pass on it. I can be here.
Well, I appreciate that. I do see that you do need to have your hair done, but
I was too, Lambert, but I'll put it off.
You didn't put it off long enough.
Me too. 14th of September, Tambra, that look okay? That give us time to get something in the paper that may not work because we may have to do something for the paper.
Yeah, I'll call them first thing in the morning. Let's see, make sure we can get it in because it has to be in 7 days prior.
Okay. We'll have to see. There may be a change. If not, we probably will go, we can't do it that week. Can we do it? Can we do it the 20th?
We
Monday,
can do that.
Monday, the 20th?
Why can't it be done the 15th or the 16th or whatever?
Well, you've already got another meeting, then the 16th, the joint meeting.
Yeah, but the 15th, there's not a meeting, is there?
No. I mean, we can. I mean, you need to consider your leg and sitting up for hours and hours. Last time we had a public hearing, we started at 5 and we didn't get out till 12:30 in the morning. I don't particularly want to have two meetings back to back. As a matter of fact, Squire Booth went to bed on us, so. I don't particularly know, she doesn't like that either. Squire Booth doesn't want that, so I don't particularly want to do it back to back, to be honest with you. But we'll try the 14th. If not, we'll come back to the 20th, Monday, the 20th. If it looks like we could do it that day, we'll work on that either one of those 2 days. So get your calendars ready. Is that
All right. We've got a motion and a second on the floor. Do we go ahead and proceed to vote on the public hearing? We haven't voted yet.
Amber, is that right?
Sure, why not?
Go ahead.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
We're heading that way, so sure, yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Let's do it. All right. Okay, so we got that one. The next item on the agenda is authorization to award a construction contract for HVAC and electrical improvements for the building located at 231 East Main Street, to the lowest bidder, Hills Electric.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. The next item is authorization to hire Jason Watson as a part-time staff planner in planning and zoning at a salary of $20.50 per hour.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. The next item is authorization to hire Christopher Becknell as a part-time building inspector in planning and zoning at a salary of $21 per hour.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Now, Timber, is 13 still on, or do we have to vote to take it off?
If
or
you
what?
just want to remove it, just remove it.
Okay, we're going to
Just table it.
remove the partial funding in the amount of $136,750. We'll remove that and add it hopefully on the 24th. The next item is authorization to reject proposals relating to a broadband needs assessment and feasibility study for the unincorporated area of Franklin County.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. The next item is authorization to award a bid for a generator for the Schweitzer Fire Station to the lowest bidder, John Bell Construction.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. The next item is authorization to approve a resolution authorizing the filing of an application for the grant funds with the Kentucky American Water Program for the Franklin County Fire Department.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. The next item is authorization to approve a resolution relating to the 2021 Franklin County tax rates for real and personal property, aircraft, watercraft, non-commercial, and 2022 tax rates for motor vehicle and watercraft.
So moved.
Okay.
Is that Squire
Squire
Muller?
Muller, Squire Moore made the motion, Squire Muller seconded.
Okay.
Okay, call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes, and I'm glad we're able to lower the tax rates for our citizens.
Squire Blackburn,
I'd like to see it lower. But seeing how close it brings us to the compensating rate, I vote yes.
Squire Muller,
I agree with both my counterparts and yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
I want to say that this meeting, this fiscal court meeting has showed how progressive Franklin County is. And I am delighted. And I vote yes.
Squire Moore,
I'd like to point out that it's growth that's letting us lower this rate. And if we stunt growth, this rate will go up. I vote yes.
Judge Wells.
Amen, Squire Moore. That is exactly right. When good things happen, tax rates go down without question when we grow. So let's, and we can do it in a smart way as well. So I vote yes as well. The next item is authorization to approve a resolution relating to the 2021 Franklin County tax rate for the insurance capital and bank deposits to be used for general government.
So moved.
Second,
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. The next item is authorization to receive the ARPA interim report.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, and the monies that were part of this report, part of the monies that were part of it were $500,000 that are in there to pay our employees for their work during COVID. And as Squire Booth said, the court has been very progressive, and I want to say thank you to the court on behalf of all of our employees that those monies got out to them. So that was really outstanding that they got those monies for what they've gone through with COVID. So yes. The next item is authorization to receive the treasurer's report.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. The next item is payment of claims. Is there a motion to deny any payment of any claims? Seeing none, let the record reflect the claims are to be paid. The next item is authorization to amend the agenda to add a resolution under other business.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. The next item is authorization to approve a resolution providing Franklin County government employees with an additional 40 hours of COVID leave due to coronavirus related absences.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item and last item is authorization to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes. Happy Labor Day, everybody.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Everybody, please social distance, wear your mask. Yes.
And get vaccinated.
Amen.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Happy Labor Day, everybody. Be safe. We are adjourned. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.